Good morning and welcome to the meeting of March 25th, 2025, San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors. We will now have a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. Thank you. Vice Chair, can you lead us in the pledge?
Thank you, sir.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, at this time we'll do recognitions and presentations.
Chair Canepa, if it's okay with you, I will start with roll call.
Oh, that would help, huh? Who's here?
Yeah, Supervisor Gardia,
Present.
Supervisor Dhaliwal,
Present.
Chair Canepa,
Here.
and for the record, Supervisor Ding and Rickman are absent at this time. So now our first recognition this morning is the proclamation of March 31st, 2025 as Transgender Day of Visibility in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Christopher Bunnell, Director of Admin and Development at the San Joaquin Pride Center, to the podium as we read this proclamation, which states, whereas San Joaquin County values diversity, inclusivity, and the well-being of all residents, recognizing that fostering a welcoming and supportive community strengthens us all. And whereas Transgender Day of Visibility, observed annually on March 31st, is dedicated to celebrating transgender individuals, recognizing their valuable contributions to society, and increasing awareness of the challenges they continue to face. And whereas transgender individuals are an integral part of San Joaquin County, contributing to the cultural, economic, and social fabric of our communities, and deserve to be recognized and supported in their right to live authentically and safely. And whereas acknowledging this day helps foster greater understanding, acceptance, and respect, promoting a more inclusive community where all residents, regardless of gender identity, feel valued and affirmed. And whereas San Joaquin County reaffirms its commitment to honoring and recognizing the dignity and resilience of transgender individuals, ensuring that every person in our county has the opportunity to live with respect, equality, and visibility. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of San Joaquin County officially recognizes March 31st, 2025 as Transgender Day of Visibility in San Joaquin County, and encourages all residents to celebrate, support, and uplift our transgender community members. Presented this 25th day of March, 2025. Chair Canepa.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming. I always pick words to try to get my point across. And this one was kind of hard because one of them is hate. And there is a lot of that. And the other word I'm going to choose today is judgment. And I think it's important that as Americans, I mean, we just did the Pledge of Allegiance, and there's lots of words in there that mean a lot. But at the same time, we have those words of hate and judgment, and it's a lot of the things that we don't understand. And I think it's important that we as Americans stand together with everybody, whether we don't agree, whether we have problems with it, whether our religions don't allow this to happen. We are all human beings, and I'm going to leave it at that because everybody has a different belief on this one. It's a country divided. I just wish that we could stand together. And for me, just the hatred that came out of this from me putting this on the agenda is absolutely sad that we live in a society where people judge folks for being who they are. And one of the freedoms that we have is being who we are and being accepted in our society. So for me, it's hard. And those two words, I hope, resonate, that we don't need hate and we don't need to be judgmental. What people do in the privacy of their own homes and their own beliefs and how they do it, I think is their right as an American, is to have the freedom that we have. So I appreciate you. I stand with you guys. Although sometimes it's not the most comfortable thing for me. I've been given a voice as an elected, and this is how I choose to use my voice. Whether or not people agree with me or not, I apologize for that, and I shouldn't have to apologize. But I'm here to serve everybody, and I hope everybody understands that. So at this time, I'll hand it over to you guys, and you can say that hopefully we're a more inclusive society. So thank you.
Did you have something? Did you want to go? You can go first. Okay. Come on.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Chairman. Are you Chairman? Yes. Chairman Canepa, for just providing this proclamation. I'm very proud to be here. My name is James Patnod. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them. And I've worked as the San Joaquin Pride Center's transgender advocacy specialist for almost 10 years. Despite representing just 0.9% of the US population, over 700 bills have been introduced since January that explicitly target transgender rights. In a time where, our trans population has come under direct, unprecedented attack, it's become imperative for our local communities to honor, celebrate, and uplift trans lives and voices. The fact that, our county is observing TDOV, or Trans Day of Visibility, is an incredible step in ensuring that our local trans community is safe, accepted, supported, and affirmed. So thank you again for your support of, just the Pride Center and for our trans community, and the work that you're doing to ensure that our trans community is safe and accepted here in our county. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Canepa, members of the board. Thank you for recognizing that I am short. I appreciate that. My name is Christopher Bunnell. My pronouns are he, him, his. I serve as the Director of Administration and Development for the San Joaquin Pride Center here in Stockton and serving all of San Joaquin County. On behalf of our team and on behalf of the transgender community throughout San Joaquin County, I do want to thank you for recognizing March 31st for Transgender Day of Visibility. This proclamation means more than words on a page. It tells transgender people here in this country, in this county, that they are seen, that they are valued, and that they belong. At a time when transgender people across the country are being targeted, erased, and silenced, this kind of recognition offers something powerful: visibility. Now, I understand that actions like this aren't always easy, nor are they comfortable for every elected official, but the truth is, leadership isn't just about your comfort. It's about treating every person with humanity that's too often missing in the world right now. And today, you choose to do that. You choose to show up. You choose to recognize a community that too often is left out and left behind. We also want to acknowledge that this action puts San Joaquin County in step with other leaders across the region. The cities of Stockton, Manteca, and Tracy have all issued proclamations recognizing this same day. And at the state and federal levels, we thank Congressman Josh Harder, State Senator Jerry McNerney, and Assemblymember Rhodesia Ransom for recognizing transgender visibility for themselves. Your participation today shows that visibility and inclusion aren't partisan. They're human. They're about ensuring that every resident, no matter who they are, feels safe, they feel respected, and they feel represented. As the late Urvashi Vaid said, there's no liberation without community. So thank you, truly, for taking this step, for choosing to recognize, to uplift, and to stand with the transgender community and transgender members of the San Joaquin County community. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Andrea. I am the CEO of Tracy Pride. I am also a wife to a veteran who's transgender. So this is why we do what we do. We stand for that percentage of people who need to be protected. So whether, I have been discriminated since the day I was born, and it has nothing to do with me being a female. It has to do with me being both European and Hispanic. So I understand discrimination on some level. So I want, when you guys sit up here and you guys, thank you so much for representing that small percentage, because 40, 50 years ago, I was that small percentage, that somebody out there was actually fighting for my rights. It's for me to be able to stand up here and say, hey, I can vote, 1920s. I can actually go to school. And I could give you dates, but I'm gonna leave it really short. I'm just grateful because I do have a child who's also transgender. She's 26, and she's out there in the world doing her own thing. And that's all I want for everybody, is to be able to live productive, successful, happy lives, whatever they feel is happy. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair and members of the board. On behalf of Central Valley Gender Health and Wellness and the TGI community of the Central Valley, I want to express our deepest appreciation for the passage of this Trans Day Visibility Proclamation. This moment matters. It matters for the trans youth in our schools wondering if they are accepted. It matters for the trans adults working in this county who have felt invisible and unsafe for far too long. It matters for the thousands of us, transgender, gender nonconforming, intersex and undocumented, and unapologetically ourselves, who have always been part of the fabric of San Joaquin County. This proclamation is more than words, so thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a blessing that we live in the largest democracy in the world. We just did Pledge of Allegiance. There's a line that says, with liberty and justice for all. It doesn't say with liberty and justice for 95% or 90%. It's for all, every single American. And everybody must be treated with dignity and respect. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Take a photo. Come on down. Madam Clerk.
Next, we have the recognition of Dennis Buettner for his service at Behavioral Health Services and the unsheltered population. And I would like to invite Mr. Buettner to the podium as we read this recognition, which states, this is being presented to Dennis Buettner, Protective Services Social Worker 3, in recognition of your tireless commitment, compassion, and advocacy that has significantly enriched the lives of those most in need. Through your unwavering support, you have gone above and beyond to provide essential resources and hope to individuals facing immense challenges. Your professionalism, kindness, and contributions have been vital to the mission of Behavioral Health Services and advocating for the well-being of our unsheltered neighbors. Your selflessness and passion inspire those around you, and we extend our sincerest thanks to your extraordinary efforts and dedication. San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors extends its congratulations. Presented this 25th day of March 2025. Chair Canepa.
Wow, the man, the myth, the legend, right? Known Dennis Buettner. He looks so young to be retiring, right? Isn't that what everyone says? I've known him from my days at the city and now at the county, and we battle with homelessness, and it goes back to that dignity and respect and not being judgmental, and we see that on the daily in our community. I've been trying to get my hands around it for 2 years and 2.5 years, and it's the employees at the county that make the county as strong as it is and how it helps people that don't have a voice. And Dennis has been that voice for a lot of people. I mean, countless people over the years. How many years of service? I'll let you talk to a minute because I could talk all day. But anyway, on behalf of the board and being as the chair, thank you for your years of service at San Joaquin County and treating those people that are most at risk with dignity and respect, which is a gift because sometimes it's not easy. And those folks are seen as are less than human. So I appreciate you giving those folks that human factor, and we'll miss you gladly. sorry, not gladly, because that would
Glad
be a
you're
good
really
thing. So
glad.
you know what I'm saying. So yes, so you will be missed. So you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairman Canepa. It's weird to say that 'cause I'm so used to calling you by your name, and the rest of the board. Thank you very much. It has never been my intention to do something so remarkable that I or what I did was noticed. It was not the honor that I strove for. Thank you very much. From the moment that I became a civil servant, I understood that my job was to serve, and that was important to me. So I hope that over the past 23 years that I have done that well. It has always been my intention to be good for everybody, regardless of their standing in the community, whether rich or poor, whether they reside in mansions or ramshackle encampments, sober, addicted, healthy, or sick, regardless of whatever other differences may exist. I want to treat everybody well. How we treat people says more about us than how they treat us. If we treat people with respect, guarding their dignity, and saving their pride by walking and working with them side by side, we have a better chance at connecting to them and helping them change their lives, which is the ultimate goal. While I cannot tell you how I developed my love for serving the homeless, especially those suffering from mental illness, I think it is rooted in my belief that I believe we have a responsibility to treat everybody as we would want to be treated, and yes, I learned that in Sunday school. Some people have been dealt cards that are cruel and sometimes often inhumane, and yet people expect them to overcome their issues, often without the resources and the help they need. And that's what we do, is we go out and try to help them with that. The fact that we can't expect people to pull themselves up by their bootstraps when they don't have any boots on. It's a myth of being self-made. I am who I am because of the influence of others and the help that I received along the way. I have always said that my greatest ability is my availability. And as a servant, that is important. I love being available, especially to those who struggle with life that led them to homelessness. To be available to help them with their fight to overcome. But the one trait I think, however, that really helps me is how I serve people is my compassion. Many times I've heard so many people say they're passionate about dealing with homelessness, or worse, the homeless problem. However, the passionate person may be dealing with the issues. I think there needs to be a balance between compassion and passion. And we can have passion about an issue, but we have to have compassion for the people. It's also, I'd like to tell people that we don't have a homeless problem, and that's a real problem because we label them. We have a housing problem, and we have homeless people. When we label them, that's not how we see them. We only see them as being homeless. They don't see them as people anymore. And unfortunately, I've seen that. And I remember one of my bosses telling me when he was interviewed for a job, and they asked him what his best strength was, and he said, "It's my passion." They said, "What's your biggest deficit?" He said, "It's my passion." I've never really thought of myself as being a leader, but as a person who wants to have the ability to relate and connect to people. In this case, especially the homeless, and helps them change their lives. For me, I happen to be comfortable sitting on the ground with them, listening to their stories, their challenges, and what they face, and helping them to plan for a better ending to their story. In all honesty, sometimes the stories are so horrific and stunning that my thought has been, no wonder they do the things that they do. In the past, I referred to myself as the conduit kind of person. I like connecting people and helping others connect to resources and assistance that they need. I say this because in issues related to homelessness, it is not a one agency problem. There is so much of my success, and people talk about me being great. So much success is from other agencies. It's me being able to connect them to the right place. And that means a lot to me. But I want to list some of them real quick. St. Mary's, the Caroling Program, which is part of CMC, the Gospel Center Rescue Mission, Prevail, Love Inc. in Manteca, Tracy Community Connection Center, Familiar Faces, Lodi Access Center, Hope Harbor, Tracy Shelter, His Way Refuge Center, Red Rabbit, the Animal Protection League, Showered with Love, San Joaquin Clinics, Whole Person Care, Insight Housing, the Housing Authority, and Central Valley low-income housing, and Social Security has been a huge, because they actually work with us. It's not, they have a good relationship with us. But I think there's a need to understand we have to work along law enforcement, the cities, the county, Caltrans, for example. And I count a lot of those staff members as my friends now. And so the relationships make a difference, that being able to connect to people. I want to take the time to thank my many bosses and supervisors that have blessed me with wisdom and knowledge over the past 23 years and have given me enough flexibility to serve the best I could, and who've been willing to reel me in when I needed to be reeled in. As I said, I have a passion. Sometimes I need to dial it back. Just to name a few: Lynn Thomas, Tosh Saruatari, Becky Gould, Marla Ford, Kathy Hanna, Billy Olpen, Isabella Pereira. But my current supervisors, Juan Garcia is not here, my boss, Jennifer Spruill, Betsy Pettis, and of course, Genevieve Valentine. They're just fantastic in the support that they have given me the ability to do what I do. To the board, my one request that I have for you is this: whatever you do, I'm pleading with you, don't let the issues of homelessness, mental health, and addiction just be a campaign platform. It's not a campaign. It really does require, it's a humanitarian crisis. We need to understand that. It's a huge problem. It requires us not to point fingers, not to cast blame, and not to look the other way, but to offer a hand up, a way of escape, a way to deal with life by taking real action. And housing and those types, they make real differences. It's slow. I understand if we build something, it's not going to happen right away. Please remember, these individuals that are homeless and living in your area, those are your constituents. They are your constituents, and they may not vote for you, they may not contribute to your campaign, but you represent them. Fight for them. I'll finish with two quotes. One is, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And the last one is probably my favorite. It's on my email every time, is, I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. It's by Maya Angelou. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors, Madam CAO, County Council, Genevieve Valentine, your Behavioral Health Director. First, I want to thank you for honoring our frontline staff, because oftentimes in organizations, we don't see those that are literally in the front lines or in encampments making a difference. I do want to take a moment and tell you about my first interaction with Dennis Buettner. I was a brand new manager for San Joaquin County, and it was my second week on the job. At the time, part of orientation was to get into a van with a man I did not know to tour the county to see how people lived in the county. For those of you who don't know, I don't always wear practical shoes. I got into a van, Dennis toured us around. I got out of the van, Dennis looked at me and said, "Oh, Genevieve, that will not work." He pulled out a bag and gave me a pair of his own boots and his own socks. I took off my shoes and literally had the opportunity to walk in the shoes of Dennis Buettner for a whole day. It taught me life lessons. It taught me how to lead. It taught me an example and who I wanted my team to be. Dennis is a leader. He may be frontline, but he leads all of us, and he inspires all of us. There will be a big hole in behavioral health when Dennis leaves, but his inspiration, passion, and compassion will continue in our organization, and I have been honored to walk alongside him. So Dennis, thank you for being part of the BHS team for as long as you have.
Thank you for recognizing his lifelong legacy of outreach. It's very important. Yes, I'm very short. He said something that's very important. He said he is a conduit. And I think you're not only a conduit, but you're also a catalyst to change. And that's what we need for social work and for this population. So it's going to be a huge hole, like Genevieve said. But like we put on your plaque, your influence will last indefinitely. So we appreciate that. Yes, and you will be missed.
Hello, my name is, there we go, we'll raise that right back up. My name is Betsy Pettis, and I'm the Deputy Director, and I oversee our homeless division. I make everything that they say about Dennis and you yourself. I want to just tell you a story again. I've worked with Dennis a long time. One thing I want to point out is there used to just be one of Dennis, and then there were many people that came along, and we've created homeless teams. But with those teams, he has led them. He is the one that took them out in the community. Even our community partners brought them out there, taught them how to interact with people out there, have that dignity and respect for everybody. During COVID, myself, Dennis, Tori Verber, and I think we had a couple other people with us. We went out, we were handing out information packets, little backpacks, sandwiches, but just to educate them on COVID. We came up upon an encampment, an area, and Dennis does this every day, so I don't expect him to remember this story, but I have shared it with him. We walked up to this individual's home, I'll call it, and they had taken roller ties from wherever they found them and created stairs. And they had also found a frame of a metal screen door that they had somehow managed to put into the ground and create a door. Now, we could have easily chose to walk to the left side of that frame or to the right side of that frame to interact with that gentleman. And Dennis said, no, this is his front door. We walk up and we knock at it. And that is exactly what we did. And the person came out. And I thought, this is something that this person does every single day. And this is what he models. And it has stayed with me, Dennis, from the time that we did that. I already knew your compassion, but that has really just stayed with me. And it has really embedded that indignity and compassion for people to, when I interact with them, just to be reminded of that. So I appreciate you. I thank you. You already know we call you our unofficial mayor. And so we will miss you. There will be a hole. But, you know, you can always volunteer. Oh, yeah. So, but thank you very much. Thank you.
Perfect. Vice Chair Dhaliwal.
Dennis, thank you, sir. Thank you for your dedication and your support. I really appreciate your services and your passion. Thank you.
Supervisor Gardia.
Congratulations on your retirement. I'm sure you're not going to retire. I'm sure you're going to be heavily involved. But whenever they call you the unofficial mayor, that says enough. It says that you're actually a leader and you're a vital part of the team that's trying to solve a major issue that we have in our community. But thank you for your service.
Thank you.
I agree. So if you want to take a picture, but I mean, I think it's all about just what the theme today is, just to be a better human being. Yep. And I think you lead that daily on a daily basis, and the things that the stories that you've left, and you'll be gone but not forgotten. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Next, we have the proclamation of April 2025 as Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Month in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite the District Attorney Ron Freitas to the podium as we read this proclamation, which states, whereas since 2006, the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, ASPCA, has recognized April as a month dedicated to raising awareness of animal cruelty and advocating for stronger protections. And whereas animals play an essential role in our lives, providing companionship, service, and joy to millions of individuals and families. And whereas the District Attorney's Office and other organizations work tirelessly to combat animal cruelty and promote humane treatment for all animals. And whereas animal cruelty to animals is a serious legal issue affecting communities nationwide, and San Joaquin County remains committed to enforcing animal welfare laws, educating the public, and strengthening protective measures. And whereas the month of April is a time to recognize the importance of kindness towards animals, encourage responsible pet ownership, and support local shelters and rescue efforts. And whereas individuals, organizations, and government agencies are encouraged to take action by reporting animal abuse, supporting animal welfare programs, adopting from shelters, and educating others about humane treatment. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim April 2025 as Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Month, urging all citizens to promote compassion, protection, and humane treatment of animals through advocacy, education, and responsible care. Presented this 25th day of March 2025. Chair Canepa.
Thank you. This is an absolute dream team, and I don't know if you guys are all aware of the work that goes on in our county on the daily. I mean, the partnerships with San Francisco SPCA and our crazy friend Jill here, who the passion. We talked about passion earlier, and this woman has passion that's you don't find very often, and it's appreciated. And I'll let you speak to it, but I think it's important that we all, giving victims. I mean, we just saw one of the worst cases of the horses and all the animals that had to be put down, and it's just absolutely horrific how some people think it's okay to treat animals. So, our District Attorney Ron Freitas.
Thank you, Chairman Canepa, Vice Chairman Dollywall, Supervisors Gardea and Dean, and County Administrator Regalo. Thank you very much for this recognition and this proclamation recognizing April as Animal Cruelty Awareness Month. Animals, as the proclamation says, are central to the human experience. They provide companionship, service, and joy to us all. They are the backbone of San Joaquin County's vital agricultural community and integral part of our environment, sustaining the ecosystem we call the circle of life. That's why their protection is a matter of utmost public concern. April is Prevention of Cruelty to Animal Month. Joining me today are key figures in our animal welfare community here in San Joaquin County. We have the great sheriff of the county of San Joaquin, Pat Withrow, Jill Antonini of the Animal Protection League, Kylie Ramos and Ben Munoz of the San Francisco SPCA, Anita Magnum Jones of the Stockton Animal Shelter. From the great San Joaquin County Farm Bureau, we have Les Trojan, President, and Executive Director Andrew Genesi. Animal cruelty impacts us all. Proactive measures, public education, enforcement of existing laws, and support for local shelters and rescue organizations are essential to preventing cruelty to animals in San Joaquin County. And Chairman Canepa, you stole my line. As your district attorney, please know that we stand committed to work with this dream team of rock stars to eradicate animal cruelty and to hold the perpetrators of this heinous crime fully accountable. In the upcoming weeks, we will announce additional initiatives to strengthen these efforts. Today, we ask the board to support this resolution declaring Animal Prevention of Animal Cruelty Month. I think I've doubled the animal in there. It's that important. And we thank you for your recognizing of this important cause. Also, I'd like to recognize the efforts of my office, Chief Deputy District Attorney Jeff Derman, Victim Witness Director Gabrielle Warrigi, Aaron Haight, our Public Information Officer, for putting together this presentation and this dream team, and Nala the Wonder Dog for the amazing work that she does every single day. So thank you.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. I'm Bob Gutierrez. Thank you. Bob Gutierrez, I'm the lobbyist for San Francisco SPCA, and we really want to thank the county for giving this recognition in April. It's an important issue to us. and we stand every day as a voice for those most vulnerable, and we look forward to continuing to work as a partnership with you. And again, just thank you for this recognition in the DA's office, the Sheriff's office, and all our partners for being there daily for our most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Okay,
I think
Got me fired.
I'm Officer Mangum. I'm the Senior Animal Services Officer with the animal shelter, and I would like to invite each and every one of you to come and do a ride-along. Whenever you're up to it, you can reach out to us over at the animal shelter. Get out there and see what's really going on firsthand.
I love it. Sounds like a challenge. Perfect.
I just want to say thank you for the recognition, and it means a lot. Communities, I think you can tell how much a community is invested in their animals by how they recognize them. And as much as we also want to protect animals, part of that is improving access to care, to the resources that people need to provide that care for their animals. So that's why we're so happy, my organization, SFSPCA, so happy to be partnering with organizations here in Stockton to improve access to care. And we just, again, thank you for the recognition.
Good morning. I thank you doesn't seem strong enough. This is obviously like Christmas to me. I thank you, DA Freitas, for putting this together, and the Board of Supervisors for acknowledging this very, very important thing that we call animal abuse and neglect. And Anita, what she sees on the daily routes that she goes on, it's horrific. And just the opportunity that we can acknowledge what's happening to our animals in our community and do something about it. See something, say something. It's so important. This group will respond. They will go out there and hold someone accountable. And I thank everyone for making that possible. And I'm going to start crying, so I'm going to get off the microphone. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Thank you, Supervisor. Andrew Janesi, Executive Director, San Joaquin Farm Bureau, and thank you for this. Thank you, DA Freitas, for putting this group together. Like all of us, I read in horror the stories coming out of Clements when we saw what happens when somebody takes on the ownership of animals without understanding the responsibility that comes with that. And I think we see that all too often, where people don't understand what comes with the day-to-day, the responsibility you take on for a life of those animals, and that you're responsible for making sure they're taken care of. And so I'd like to see, education where possible and enforcement where it's needed. And so I look forward to working with this group and doing what we can to make sure that the animals in our county are taken care of well. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for the invitation, Ron. I'm Les Stroy. I'm president of the County Farm Bureau, and I just wanted to maybe relate a little bit of my own personal experience, not necessarily Farm Bureau, but I was raised out in Valley Home. Our house was in the middle of a cow pasture, so from the day I was born, there was a cow outside my bedroom window, and by the time I was 4 or 5 years old, I was traveling with my father every day, and all we did was drive through the herd and make sure that the cows were healthy. When something was wrong, we got it in, we treated it. Those cows had to be healthy, and they had to continue to perform for us and have enough water and grass. And that was the goal. So the goal all the time growing up was to keep the cows healthy. And when I grew up and I owned my own cow, I also realized that if one of them died, I didn't get my paycheck that week. So there is an economic benefit to keeping them healthy and happy too. But I want to say that agriculture in general is a champion of animal rights. In fact, we are the animal rights people. Now, some of us may be responsible for 100 head of cattle, 100 head of animals or 500, or maybe some people are even thousands. Of course, one person isn't going to take care of thousands, but we are champions of that, and we think we need to be part of this process of defining what needs to happen. You know, in Sonoma County, just this last year, in this last election, there was a small group of people who tried to eliminate animal agriculture in the county. And after an exhaustive campaign where the agriculturalists made the voters in Sonoma County understand what happened on the farm and what precautions were taken, they voted 85% to support the farmers. So I think Andrew and I's position is to stay involved in this group and make sure that that we educate the people. He's right. You know, you own a horse and the horse gets old. What do you do with the horse? About 10 years ago, the state legislature passed a law that you can't sell a horse in California for slaughter. Well, that just completely eliminated our ability to dispose of the horses who got too old to work on the ranch anymore. And the last 4 horses that we had, we ended up having to go out and shoot them when it was time to do it because there was no avenue to get rid of those horses. So that was all our alternative at the time. And so part of the problem we have is made because of some of the rules and regulations we have. But my message today is agriculture is and farmers are champions of no cruelty to animals, and we just want to continue to be part of the conversation going forward so we can define and help to teach people what it is to be somebody who's been responsible for animals every day of their lives, and I'm 73 years old, so I know what it is.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Ding has put
Thank you,
his
Mr.
discretionary money
Chairman.
there.
Thank you, District Attorney Freitas, for bringing this forward. And this truly is a remarkable team. You know, you can't have compassion unless you have a responsibility. And, you know, unlike human beings or anyone else, animals are totally dependent on us. And this group is not only, it's not all about, you can't take them all off the streets. It's impossible. It's what's the problem? What do we do about it? The spay-neuter programs that you've put together, the District Attorney Ron Freitas, who's everywhere, by the way, when he doesn't show up, we call all the emergency rooms to make sure he's okay. You know, making sure we take a hard line against those individuals that abuse our responsibilities with our animals, and that is so much appreciated. I have nothing but love for you guys. You step up, you step in. If you can't do it, you reach out. What you did, Joe, with San Francisco is just absolutely amazing. I will make sure I go to as many Giants games as I can this year to support San Francisco. But thank you.
Vice Chair Dollywell.
Chairman, on a personal note, about 3 weeks ago, we lost our German Shepherd. We brought him home from Lodi when he was about 2 months old, and he would have been 12 in a month. Pets become our family, and when they leave us, it hurts a lot. I urge our community, when you see animal abuse, please say something. It could make all the difference. Thank you so much, everyone. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Supervisor Gardia.
Thank you for your advocacy and your commitment to our community, to protect our animals and provide, you know, some of the necessary needs to some of our constituents that don't have the ability to, you know, spay and neuter and educate them on protecting, you know, our animals. But basically, you guys have an awesome team. I appreciate everything you do, and thank you.
Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda in minutes, consent calendar, and closed session items. We request that you fill out a comment form if you address the board in person. There's a time limit of 3 minutes for these comments. There is a device on the podium with a green, yellow, and red light. The yellow light will come on 30 seconds before the end of the 3 minutes. With regard to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of the board members to discuss matters not on the agenda, so this is not an appropriate time to have a discussion with the board regarding your comments. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks during your comments and that you address all comments to the Board of Supervisors, not the audience. Comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the Board of Supervisors. At this time, we have, it looks like Andre, and I'm not going to massacre the last name, Piskalnikov, thank you. And Tiffany Thompson's on deck, please.
Thank you.
You have the floor, sir.
Board members and audience, I just wanted to come up and thank you for the Transgender Day of Visibility to stand up and do this. I just recently visited one of the best modern museums I've been to in the United States, the World War II Museum of New Orleans. Hatred and focus on specific groups of people is where we start that steep slope sliding down into chaos. And I'm very proud to be part of a county that supported this effort. I'll keep it short. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tiffany Thompson and Tama Brisbane's on deck, please.
It's scary for me to be here today. Someone that I love deeply is transgender. Last year, I would have proudly and confidently told you who they are, but now I closely guard their identity in an effort to keep them safe. It's important to me that the board and any people here who are in opposition to this proclamation understand that every day I and untold numbers of transgender people and the people that love them now live in fear. The current regime is trying to legislate trans people out of existence. They will not succeed. They cannot erase a people. Trans people have always existed, and they will always exist. Many trans people will be driven back into the closet. We will lose more trans people to suicide and hate crimes. But trans people will not be erased, and they will not be silent, and nor will the people that love them. I'm here to say thank you. Thank you for standing up for human rights, even when it's not popular. And thank you for making it a little safer for trans people in San Joaquin County.
Thank you. Tama Brisbane and Steve Morales is on deck, please.
Good morning, Chairman Canepa, Vice Chair Dhaliwal, and members of the board. When I was first appointed Poet Laureate for the City of Stockton, it was 2015, and I had the opportunity to be the first laureate to address this body. And in my poem, I asked how willing San Joaquin County was to grow. Today, you've shown me how much you're willing to grow by offering into the public atmosphere and the public memory and the public tradition that we acknowledge the members of our transgender community. In my 4 terms, I had the opportunity to create art for literally thousands of people. And I wanted to take this opportunity to read this into our record. They are here, daring to defy dogma and duality for the singular freedom, the everyday revolution of being themselves, transgendered and transcendent, living bravely transitory lives, beautiful in whatever sunlight moments they can find or borrow or manufacture, translucent. Hearts visible on plaid sleeves, resplendent in rainbow weaves, they are here, indelible in their imprint. Their existence cannot be erased by executive order, will not be legislated into limbo. Let us celebrate them with this lasting acknowledgement and offer them our promise that while we have feet to march toward battle, transport, our voices blending together, transfusion, out loud in the shouting for change translation while we have lives dedicated to the splitting asunder of asinine assumptions while we have bodies in all of our definitions and presentations transference. They will be remembered and acknowledged and celebrated, transcribed onto the sacred pages of our memories like Bibles, praying that minds weaponized by Leviticus will someday transition into hearts surrendered unto the peace of Luke. They are here, and we are here too, hopefully transformed. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Morales and Les Strajad. Strojan.
Right.
Sorry, it's on deck.
Perfect. And thank you for having this clock here so we can tell the time. Anyways, my name's Steve Morales. I'm a longtime San Joaquin County resident. Grew up in Manteca, and it's a wonderful place to live here in San Joaquin County. I'm a former Mormon missionary. Anyways, I gave up 2 years of my life, sold my wonderful 69 Cougar to serve in South America. Nice picture. We talked about love. We talked about our Heavenly Father. We talked about not judging each other. And we talked about service. And I'm grateful for parents that help teach us. This is crazy. Anyways, to teach us about loving one another. So I'm grateful for each of you and your service to our county. I'm grateful for the courage of Chairman Canepa to put an issue forth, the proclamation. And I thought you were all voting on it, so I really don't understand how this all works, but I'm grateful that he truly understands, like all of you, that you represent all people here in San Joaquin County. And that as we teach to try and be more Christian, that means for all people, not just those that look like us or act like us or speak like us. And I must be honest, I cannot pretend to comprehend what it would be like to live a transgender life, nor the challenges or difficulties that they must face each day. But I do know that they are our brothers and sisters. This is not how it's supposed to go. Anyways, thank you each. I appreciate your service. I wish you the very best personally and professionally in all your life. So thank you.
Thank you. Les Strahan and Shelley Stapleton on deck, please. Les? Okay, Shelley, I'll keep Les on the side in case he comes back. Shelley, you're up, please. And Cynthia Cuevas is on deck, please.
Good morning. My name is Shelley Stapleton, and I am the general manager of the La Quinta at March Lane. I'm here to raise an urgent public safety concern regarding the homeless encampments on the state Caltrans property near our hotel. Our staff, guests, and neighboring businesses are facing an escalating crisis. We've seen dramatic rise in break-ins, contractor trucks, room intrusions, and fires being started on our property. Graffiti's constant, and the environment has become increasingly unsafe. Just last week, gunshots were heard, causing people to duck and take cover. This safety issue is the reality we face daily in that neighborhood right now. Our employees are scared to approach individuals who are loitering around our property. The vagrant population is not just growing, but it's becoming more aggressive. We're doing our part to help law enforcement. Our property and staff assist the police department and sheriff's office with human trafficking stings, and we have firsthand knowledge of potential trafficking occurring within these encampments, yet nothing seems to resolve. We've installed wrought iron fences around our property, invested high-definition cameras, security guards. We provide crucial evidence to law enforcement, and that's not enough. We need some help. Beyond safety, the economic toll is devastating. Over the past 3 years, our business has declined over $1.5 million, directly due to safety concerns. And we're not alone. Many restaurants and businesses near us have lost huge amounts of revenue. They are facing the same challenges, struggling to stay afloat as customers choose to avoid the area altogether. We also have had to reduce employees and hours just to stay afloat like the surrounding businesses. We've reached out to council, county supervisors, Caltrans through multiple phone calls and emails, and despite our continuous efforts, and on this ongoing crisis remains unsolved. And we need accountability and we need action. Stockton has so much potential, but we need to reclaim our city. We're asking for real, lasting action to clean up the encampments near Interstate 5 and March Lane and restore safety to this critical part of our community. Our team is doing everything we can, and we can't do this alone. We need your leadership and commitment to address this crisis now, and we know it's not just us in this fight alone. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll include your number on a couple of the lists that we have. We have a couple citizen advisory groups. So I'll reach out to you and include you in our mailers. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Hello, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm going into a different subject matter, and I think at least Mr. Ding knows what it's probably going to be. I want to thank the board for agreeing to send letters to President Trump and Governor Newsom requesting that we do something serious about voter ID. Thank you very much. Voter ID is not voter suppression, contrary to what some people will try to make it. So thank you for that. California's election procedures are the laughingstock of the country, literally. And the more one gets to know about them, the more one knows why. So California is now beyond broke, if there's such a thing. They're beyond broke. We're, as a state, trying to borrow money because we're, anyway, crazy. Maybe this is the opportunity at a county level to do some common sense things that could help make our elections more secure and more trusted. My personal favorite would be getting rid of the machines, paper ballots, hand counting, and vote by mail ballots only for active service members stationed out of the area, first responders who may do shift work and have a hard time voting in person, and people who have mobility issues and would really be unable to physically vote in a voting station. Voter registration as a common sense thing, it needs to stop. It needs to stop 2 weeks or minimum of 10 days before elections. I worked in taking in ballots at the warehouse, and I also observed at my voting precinct. Putting it nicely, it's chaotic, and it pushes our election results out further than they need to be. The Constitution of our country has provision for an election day, not an election month, not an election season, an election day. And countries such as France that have almost double the population of California, paper ballots, hand counting, and they know pretty much late the night of the election what the results are. the people in their country started not trusting machines. That's why they went back to the old ways. And counting methods can be taught. It's not impossible. I would encourage that voter rolls be maintained because that's an important part of this also. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Angie Perazza, please. And Glenelle Bowen is on deck.
Good morning, Board. My name is Angie Peraza. I'm an IHSS employee. I've been with IHSS since October 2024, and I'm a veteran in the United States Army. I currently care for a longtime friend I met through my church. She experiences chronic disease due to arthritis and gastrointestinal conditions. Because of this, she requires my support with many activities of daily living. I cook for her to ensure she has meals her body can tolerate. I keep her home clean. I transport her to and from her medical appointments. She's going to have a surgery soon. It's going to be this Thursday. She won't be able to walk for several weeks, so I have to support her mobily, plus she'll need extra help for safety, being bathed. Before me, she had a family member who worked for IHSS as well, but the family member had to quit her job as an IHSS worker to take on a higher paying job elsewhere. Well, who could blame her since San Joaquin IHSS workers only make $17 an hour? And I didn't take this job because of the money. I took it because I cared deeply about my friend. Like 77% of IHSS workers in our county, I work another job, which is the only reason I'm able to provide for myself. Without higher wages for IHSS workers, more people in San Joaquin will lose their long-term caregivers. What will happen to these people in our community, older adults and people with disabilities, when they don't have friends to step in to support them? I urge you, Board, to raise wages for IHSS workers in our next union contract. The health and safety of our community depends on it. Thank you.
Glenelle Bowen.
Yes. Thank you. My name is Glenelle Bowen, and I represent the state of New California. This is a notice from the state of New California to all Californians. It is the 15th Declaration of Constitutional Default, dated March 24th, 2025. Statement of intent. The citizens of New California have decided to remedy the abuse of power by the government of California by exercising the right to form a new state, provided in the United States Constitution, Article 4, Section 3 and 4. We are determined to live under a state government in the United States of America and under the Constitution of the United States. New California Declaration of Independence, January 15, 2018 states, whenever any form of government becomes destructive, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it and to institute new government. When a long train of abuses and acts to seize and hold the people's power without legal authority and pursuing invariably the same object that clearly demonstrates a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide a new guards for their future security. The history of the present governor and government of California is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations, all having in direct object the establishment of a tyranny over the counties of New California and the state of California. The state of California is in constitutional default and does not have constitutional standing as a member of the state in the Union of States called the United States of America. There is no lawful government by the standards of the 1849 California State Constitution in California. We, the people, as citizens of the United States living in California, are following the process of West Virginia, which successfully restored the Virginia state government after the Wheeling Conventions of 1861. Congress admitted California into the Compact of Statehood within the United States of America in 1850 because of their 1849 Constitution, ratified for consideration guaranteeing a Republican form of government. United States Constitution, Article 4, Section 4, Protection of State Guaranteed Republican Form of Government. The United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a Republican form of government. The Founding Fathers made it clear a Republican form of government was the only government for the United States. Quote, the representative body have lost the confidence of their constituents, when they have notoriously made sale of their most valuable rights, when they have assumed to themselves powers which the people never put in their hands, then indeed their continuing in office becomes dangerous to the state. Thomas Jefferson. Remember, democracy never lasts long. It soon wastes, exhausts, and murders itself. There never was a democracy yet that did not commit suicide. John Adams. If everyone is thinking alike, then no one is thinking. Benjamin Franklin. Thank you.
Point of information, Chair.
Thank you.
Point of information. I just want to apologize for being late this morning. I had the City of Tracy had the State of the City this morning, so I just rolled in from that. So I understand it wasn't announced as I requested to let everybody know. So just let everybody know the reason I was about an hour late.
Thank you. Next up, Marilyn Hammond.
Good morning. I'm here this morning to thank the Board of Supervisors and the Election Advisory Board for agreeing to send letters to the governor and to President Trump regarding safeguarding our elections. I've lived in California for 44 years and in Stockton all of those years. It's, I've heard a lot of things about Stockton, but I've always enjoyed living in Stockton. And where I've lived, it's been beautiful. Saturday, I went to a dollar store to get some thank you cards. And I wasn't in there for 3 minutes before, over the loudspeaker, they announced that someone had defecated in the back of the store. And the stench of that followed that person who wasn't able to clean themselves through the line, and people were, holding up. So, as I go through this state, this beautiful state has been transformed into what looks like a third world countries in so many of our cities. In spite of good people and programs, it's that fear, lawlessness, perversion, and oppression and poverty plague us. Leadership in this state, I'm not saying all leadership, but much of the leadership in this state has failed us. Leadership's stonewalling of exposing fraud and abuse is telling. Currently, the governor is requesting more tax dollars to fund Medicaid when he's already used up our tax dollars to provide services to people who have illegally crossed our border and haven't earned the right and privilege of citizenship. To teach children about socialism, give a child a task, pay them $10, and when they're finished, take $7 of those dollars and give it to a sibling who has done nothing to earn it. Basic sociology suggests that people who have come to this country illegally, who've received Medicaid, benefits, cars, housing, and subsidies, would support those in powers who provide those benefits. What human nature would not bend the rules to do so? That's why we make laws. It's absurd to suggest that there's no reason to require proof of citizenship or identity when voting. Why would anyone express such venom as they did in the EAC meeting for such a common sense? I personally know of no one who disagrees with this, and it's shocking to me to actually hear people who say they do. They make no sense. Despite this, we observe those, we're accused of being Nazis and Christian nationalists and all these things, but it's those people who don't want fraud and abuse exposed, that are bombing Tesla dealerships and scratching cars for people who just bought a Tesla for the sake of the environment. It's those people who are concealing things that resort to violence and become the aggressors and the bullies. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ethan Scheiblich.
Hello, my name is Ethan Scheiblich, and my pronouns are he, him. As a young adult, it is wonderful to see a day like Trans Day of Visibility being recognized in San Joaquin County. I've been a member of the trans community for years and look forward to seeing all the progress the city has to come and will help me feel safer and visible as I grow into adulthood. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't know if Les Strahan is back. Opening it back up for Les. Is there anybody else that hasn't filled out like a form that would like to speak? Come forward, please. State your name.
Good morning, Chairman Canepa, Board of Supervisors. My name is Melanie Knott, and I'm a concerned citizen of San Joaquin County. I wish to extend my thanks and gratitude to the Election Advisory Committee through the Board of Supervisors for their recommendation to help restore fair, honest, and transparent elections in San Joaquin County. At the last EAC meeting, the committee, along with Supervisor Ding and really the entire board, took heated arguments from some citizens and even a local elected state assembly member for their decision. That's no problem because we have a constitutional republic form of governance and want to hear all voices represented concerning the topic of election integrity. The committee is made up of volunteers who meet less than once a month and made their decision based on presentations from our ROV office and an election integrity group. This election integrity group is made up of local volunteer citizens. Kudos were given to this group by our sheriff's office. It was their work which led to the election fraud case of Shakir Khan. I frequently heard the dissenting voices. There's no proof of election fraud. Show us proof. Experts say it is rare and that requiring voter ID would disproportionately affect marginalized groups. Well, isn't the Khan case proof? And were there not victims represented in a marginalized group? This is a nonpartisan issue, and we, the people of San Joaquin County, must come together, stand and act to restore confidence in our elections. There is a recent polling that shows overwhelming bipartisan support for a voter ID initiative in California. I believe the committee heard the voices of we the people of San Joaquin County and made a good, common sense decision, and again, deserve our thanks. Lastly, there was mention of the Make Elections Secure Act, which would propose 5 keys for secure elections: hand-marked and hand-counted paper ballots, voter ID and citizen requirements, shortened early voting, limited mailed ballots, and paper elections and small precincts. In Proverbs 14:34, righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. Thank you for your time to hear me speak and listen today. God bless you all and have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Please come forward, state your name. Seeing none, we're going to move on. The minutes is listed for regular meeting from December 10th and regular meeting from March 11th. I call for a motion, please. Supervisor Gardia, motion. Vice Chair, can we call for the vote? Dolly, what was the second? Passes 4-0. Supervisor Rickman stepped away. Okay, at this time, we'll move on to consent.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to remove item number 5 for discussion.
Here, number 5. Supervisor Ding. Number 5. Supervisor Gardia, would you have any consent items to pull? Vice Chair Dollywall?
No, sir.
Should we wait for Supervisor Rickman or just when he comes out to see if he'd like anything pulled after we do number 5 for Supervisor Ding? Okay. At this time. Consent item number 5, approve the use of $10,000 from Supervisorial District 4 to fund Grace and Mercy Charitable Foundation. Supervisor Ding, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Cheryl, are you here? Good morning.
Good morning.
So one of the reasons I pulled this, there's a lot of discussion, obviously, about the homeless issue. And it's my belief you can't have compassion without responsibility. There's two different, to me, feeding somebody on the side of the street and leaving them there to die, and a chance of taking a fentanyl pill is not compassion, it's stupidity. But I thought what would be great is if you heard from someone who started in one aspect of how she started this, 9 years ago?
15.
15 years
It's been
ago.
15 years.
And I thought maybe you could share what you originally were doing, where you kind of had a change of vision and what you're doing now.
Thank you. Thank you all for having me. My name is Cheryl Francis, and I'm the president founder of Grace and Mercy Charitable Foundation. I moved out here in about 2008, and I'll make it quick. We'll fast forward as to where we were to where we are right now. I am located at 425 North Sacramento Street. The passion that I had was so strong that we pulled together resources and bought the abandoned building rolling in the dough simply because there was such a great need when I first moved out, and I wanted to do something to give back to the city. And that's where my heart and that's where my passion was, to serve those less fortunate. I truly believe that there but for the grace of God go I, and it's His mercy that sustains us. So we moved into 425 North Sacramento 15 years ago, and we served out on the patio during COVID. Whatever we needed to do, we provided PPE items. We handed out masks when we were not able to have congregate meals inside. We built a patio so that we could serve. We work in conjunction with Salvation Army, and because it was a good location, because on the east side seemed to be where most of the homeless congregated. So what we do is we go out and we pick up food from the back of the grocery stores. We have 15 stores that we pick up. That was one way that we didn't have to incur money or use money to get food. So we go to the stores, we get the food, and we were able to pass it out through the front door to the homeless, make sure they got nutritional meals because they were on the streets and dealing with the general populace, which means if they're sick, we're sick. So our thing was to make sure that they had hygiene items, that they were able to have wipes, had a change of clothes, because after about 3 or 4 days, it gets to be kind of ripe. And so we made sure that we were always helping them transition and be the best that they can be wherever they were. Well, fast forward 6 years where we've come out of COVID, and we have other things that have come into play. Job losses, our senior citizens programs that are being cut, So with that being said, we started a program which is similar to Meals on Wheels, and it's called SOS, Serving Our Seniors. We deliver meals 3 times a week to senior citizens, gourmet meals. I'm a chef and a licensed chef, so I oversee the preparing and everything of the food. Well, we deliver these meals to our seniors 3 times a week. 2 years ago, we received $546,000 from HSA, Human Services. This past year, we got $130 to do the same type of work that we're doing. We also cook for the Access Center. We're providing lunches down there for 75 people a week, 5 days a week. We also have a food box giveaway program. Every week, we take care of up to 66 families, but not limited to. That means that the family can have anywhere from 2 to 10 to 12 people in each family. In addition to that, we work with one of your local churches, First Presbyterian, which is over on Vine Street. We help them give out food to food compromised people over here. We work with the Manteca Food Bank as well as the Stockton Food Bank and all of the local grocery stores, to include Sprouts on Pacific. We have Food for Less on Wilson Way. We also have the same stores in Lodi. But what we do is we go out wherever we're needed. I saw a lot of the agencies here and the different people that I heard speak earlier today. We work with almost all of these people in the community. Well, what has happened to us is we find ourselves in a position with all of the budget cuts and the things that are going on. The cost of everything has gone up. The salaries have not, which means that there are more compromised people that are out here trying to get resources. I'm standing before you today for that very reason, because the cost of everything is astronomical. We're working within the means that we have, which includes me taking money out of my own personal savings account if we're at a deficit to make it happen, because that's how passionate I am about what we do. The numbers that I think we have roughly in the last 9 months, we've spent $17,000 just on supplies. Dark Containers out of Lodi, God bless them, they brought me a box truck 4 years ago. They're now out of business. That was one of the biggest people that we went to for the supplies, because in feeding the 9,000 meals that we do for our seniors, in dealing with the 66 families where the food goes out the door, and serving the food down there at the Access Center, we have to have something to serve them in. And so therefore, when we go to the store, the price of everything, I think right now we're paying almost 4 cents a container, whereas Dark Container was doing it for free. So that's one of the reasons why I'm standing before you today, is we need help. We need help, we need resources. I was told that we're one of the best kept secrets in Lodi. Well, the secret is out. We need help. And so I thank you for listening, and that's who Grace and Mercy is.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you.
Thank you. Who's Supervisor Rickman?
Thank you, Chairman. And I would say, first of all, thank you to Supervisor Dean bringing this forward, and thank you for coming up here and saying what you said. And it just reiterates our point that we say over and over again. Cost of living in the state is out of control, and what families are going through, nonprofits are going through, what used to cost, $10,000 or $100, a year ago is double what it is now. I mean, anybody that goes grocery shopping can see the price hike. So thank you for bringing that forward and letting this board know, and people that are watching this, what's going on here in the state. Appreciate it.
Perfect.
Yeah, and so I just want to close with this. A number of months ago, we passed our board priorities and guidelines. And I want to make sure that those guidelines, as we go into budget season, they're more than just, a happy day where we got together and we came up with some ideas and put them to paper. But every action we take is supposed to be under those guidelines and what our view is. And I want to read you what the mission is on reduced unsheltered homelessness, which is exactly why I picked Cheryl from Grace Mercy Foundation. It's to get the homeless off the streets into a safe environment, to offer them services. It is not to go out there and incentivize them to stay on the street for an extra night by giving them just enough food to survive another night, so they might get a hold of one of those fentanyl pills and die. I think a lot of people confuse compassion, but you've got to have, it's got to be both. You have to have guidelines and rules. Otherwise, it never works. And so in handing out money to organizations, I want to make sure, and here it is, maximize utilization of supervised publicly or privately operated shelters designed to provide temporary living arrangements, which Cheryl does. We're working on our safe camping ordinance, increase permanent supportive housing, foster county, city, state coordination, enhance partnerships with nonprofits, faith-based organizations, and businesses that align with the board's goals. So the board's goal was not to go out and feed everybody in a homeless camp and keep them out on the street. The goal is to get them off the streets. And I thought what Cheryl does absolutely encompasses that, and I just want to thank her for her service.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding, and thank you for the work you do on Load. I have a friend that's homeless there, and every bit helps to get those people their dignity back and to get them fed and the services. So thank you so much. Any other comments from the board? Seeing none, we're going to move on. So this time, call for a motion to accept the consent items.
Motion.
I'll second.
Supervisor Ding motioned, and a second by Supervisor Rickman. Call for the vote. Motion passes 5-0. So at this time, do we want to do closed session, or we usually wait till 11:30, or we have legal counsel? Or?
We can wait to the end. We don't have anybody coming in from the outside. So at the chair's discretion.
Okay. Okay. Moving right along, then we will. So the other, why is that under consent? San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District.
Chair Canepa, on this one, you'll need to recess the Board of Supervisors and then convene the San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District.
Okay.
So that the board can take action on the consent item.
Okay, at this point, we'll recess the San Joaquin County Regular Board of Supervisors meeting and open the San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. Board here will be acting as the governing board of the San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. So we're going to convene the meeting. So at this time, Public Works to terminate the contract with R. Sutton Enterprises LLC, approve and adopt plans and specifications, and authorize re-advertisement for the NA 0017 pipe replacement deferred maintenance program located in Potter Creek, Mormon Slough, Bear Creek, Patty Creek, North Patty Creek, and Little Johns Creek, and set a bid opening date of April 17th, 2025 at 1:13.
So Chair Canepa, this is a consent item, so you can ask if there's any comments and then call for a vote.
Okay, so comments amongst the board first, and then public. Do questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, do I have anybody from the public that wish to speak on this? All right. Seeing none, Call for motion. Motion by Supervisor Gardia, second by Vice Chair Dollywall. Call for the vote. Motion passes with Supervisor Ding stepping out for a moment, so I will close that meeting and reopen the board meeting. And we're moving on to discussion items. First discussion item is the CO's department, accept fiscal year 2024, 2025 mid-year budget report, authorize appropriation increases of 6.264727, and approve related budget adjustments with a 4/5 vote required. Chief Deputy County Administrator Jennifer Van Stein, you have the floor, and Brenda Kiley. Morning.
Chair, members of the board, County Council, County Administrator, Clerk of the Board, Jennifer Van Stein, Chief Deputy County Administrator, here to present the 24-25 mid-year budget report. And with me is Assistant County Administrator Brenda Kiley. We'll begin today with the adjusted budget, then move on to net county cost and general purpose and Prop 172 revenue projections, followed by staffing overview, preview of the 25-26 budget, and lastly, the recommendations being presented to your board for approval today. The county's adjusted budget as of December 31st was $2.95 billion. Of that, the county's general fund budget was $1.3 billion. Sources of funding, including departmental and general purpose revenue and the use of fund balance, are shown here on this slide. Net county cost is the amount of general fund support the county provides to departments. The last column here on this slide shows the projected net county cost savings as compared to budget. It's estimated at $38.1 million by the end of this fiscal year. The largest amount of savings is expected in law and justice, followed by health services and general government, mostly due to vacancies. Due to timing, the numbers shown here don't include costs associated with the MOU for the Law Enforcement Management Association adopted last month. That net county cost was estimated at about $557,000. We have proactively included a budget adjustment for the sheriff's office portion of this cost, and that's part of the recommendations that we'll review at the end of the presentation. And for awareness, the projections that you're seeing here also don't include costs for the nurses MOU, which was just approved by your board a few minutes ago. For that item, net county cost of $150,000 is projected for the remainder of the year. So between those two recent actions, the net savings shown here would be reduced to approximately $37.4 million. In addition to department savings, the mid-year budget report includes updated estimates for general purpose revenue. For 24-25, this is projected to exceed budget by $18.6 million. Property tax is our largest GPR source. The 24-25 budget assumed a 4% increase over 23-24. However, our actual assessment real increase was 7.32%. So property taxes are expected to exceed budget by about $13.4 million. Another significant increase in GPR is our interest income. The 24-25 budget estimate for interest was set at $14 million, but our return on assets has increased, and as a result, the year-end projection is $19.7 million, so an increase of about $5.7 million as compared to budget. Sales tax revenue is projected to fall slightly short of budget by approximately $1.6 million. This is consistent with statewide trends. And lastly, our Proposition 172 public safety sales tax revenue is projected to end the year below budget by approximately $3.5 million. The department projections that you saw on the previous slide already take into account this decrease in Prop 172 revenues. Moving on to staffing, as of December 31st, the county's vacancy rate was 14.1%. This compares to a rate of 14.8% at this same time last year. However, it is noteworthy because we have 307 more full-time positions now than we did at this time last year. So, and we've still shown some improvement on the vacancy rate, which is good news. Several departments do continue to have a high number of vacancies, including probation, healthcare services agency, and the district attorney, which are contributing to the net county cost savings. The 25-26 preliminary budget is structurally balanced with revenue growth. At this time, we don't anticipate needing one-time funding to balance the budget. We're currently in the middle of 25-26 budget development. That was rolled out to our departments February 3rd. The 25-26 budget includes projected labor costs of increase over prior of $63.5 million countywide. That's for full-time positions. And of this, $30.7 million is net county cost. We do not have the cost for the nurses MOU in that number yet, as it was just approved today, but that will be incorporated as part of the proposed budget when you see that in June. Health insurance and retirement rates are expected to increase, as well as cost allocation plan and ISD charges. The preliminary budget also fully funds the additional 5% towards the unfunded retirement liability. Once the 24-25 fiscal year is closed in July, our office plans to bring an item back to the board for consideration of one-time uses for any year-end savings. Moving on to recommendations for today. The action items presented here will increase appropriations for various unbudgeted costs that were identified at the end of the second quarter. These increases total $6.3 million and are paid through fund balance, revenues, and the contingency provision budget. The details of these requests are contained in the board letter, and I'll go through each one very briefly here. Approximately $219,000 for Public Works Delta activities, $215,000 for special districts, $281,000 for the Human Services Agency, $185,000 for the Agricultural Commissioner, about $655,000 for court-assigned counsel. This item is funded by a transfer from the contingency budget, and $4.7 million for the Sheriff's Office. The majority of this is for labor costs. The recommendations here also include a new vehicle for the District Attorney's Office, but that can be purchased using existing appropriations and doesn't require an increase. The recommended use of the contingency budget will result in a decrease in the budget from just under $1.7 million currently to just over $1 million if this item is approved today. In conclusion, as of December 31st, departments estimated $38.1 million in net county cost savings. And then in addition to those savings, general purpose revenue is estimated to end the year $18.6 million favorable as compared to budget. We appreciate the board's continued dedication to reserves and approving balanced budgets that don't use one-time funding for ongoing expenses. And Chairman Canepa, this concludes my presentation. Department head, CAO, staff, and I are available to answer any questions.
Perfect, thank you. Supervisor Rickman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. A few quick questions. One, the contingency fund, that's something I've been harping on for in the whole year. We started out with $5 million, now we're just a little over $1 million with this. Do we foresee, it's for emergency purposes, so do we have anything in sight? Do you foresee anything, even though it's not an emergency yet, that we're gonna dip into this? I mean, we can't exhaust it. I mean, yeah, we can get more money, but again, my concern is, and always has been, is our credit rating. Our credit rating went up, what is it, AA minus now, which is better than an AA, or A plus, whatever it was. So it actually increased, which helps with our bonds and saves our taxpayers tens of millions of dollars a year. So we're being fiscal stewards. So that was a long statement / question, right? So do you foresee anything that's going to dwindle that down even more?
That's a difficult question to answer because sometimes things are hard to
Right.
foresee. We do ask departments to submit third quarter projections, and so at the end of this month, they're going to be preparing a new set of projections for our office, so we'll have some more information at that time. Some of the funding that was used this year was to support some outside entities as well as county departments.
Yes, I had my
so
concerns.
hopefully the fact that we've used $4 million was not solely for county departments, and so we
Right.
do hope that the $1 million should be good enough.
No,
to
and
sustain
this,
us.
you mentioned it, and I voiced my concerns when that was happening, warned this board, we can't make this or have this go down to zero because it could affect if we have to pull out of the general fund or whatever it may be. So, secondly, I mean, our budget's coming at the end of June, right? So, why can't we wait until June to do all this stuff? Appropriate funding and so on. If we're having a budget coming up here in 3 months, why do we do it now?
Through the chair, are you speaking of the use of the contingency in this one?
Well, just where we're moving money now for purchasing vehicles and whatever it may be.
So this is at a point in time. So we feel, based on doing projections, that for the court-assigned council budget, we need that funding before the end of the year in order to...
The fiscal year.
Correct.
Okay.
So that's why we need to do that now. I agree. I think, as Jennifer pointed out, we have used this funding, the $5 million that we set aside for unanticipated issues like emergencies, like this reason that we're doing the $654,000. Unfortunately, we have tapped into that to use for outside agencies, but we are very cautious when we try and bring recommendations to the board. And as you know, when we do try and look to see if there's any other funding sources out there prior to us hitting the general fund. So you will see that we try and be creative and to see if another fund can.
And we're not hitting the general fund right, at least what I'm seeing here, we're not touching the general fund right now.
Well, the contingencies would
Well,
be.
besides that.
Correct.
So we're not dipping into the general fund besides what the contingency, which is allocated the $5 million.
That's correct. Everything else looks like it's either state or federal.
And don't get me wrong, I think, we should approve the budget for, indigent defense services. I mean, that's pretty much a basic right that we all have, right? A defense of something. So I don't have an issue with that. I just want us to be careful when we go forward and to keep our credit rating and don't dip into where we don't need to dip into. And if we need to push things off until June, my God, it's only 3 months away, so be it. And my last one, I guess it's more for when the budget comes and our outlook for next fiscal year is, and years after that, e-commerce. You talk about the sales tax went down 1%, and at least the word out there on the street. And next couple of years, e-commerce is going to change, and we do have a lot of e-commerce here, and especially South County, in which we're getting millions and millions of dollars. But as the appropriations change with the e-commerce and starts going out to, I forget exactly what it is, but to taken out of the area to other cities and stuff because of some state law, it's going to reduce the overall sales tax increase, especially if it's going to hit the cities harder than it's going to hit us. But just to make sure we have that planned for the next couple of years. And thank you very much for your report. Always great to hear. It's always, if you see beads of sweat on my bald head, that's part of doing the budget. But so thank you guys very much for the work that you do. Crunching numbers is not easy, at least for me. So great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Vice Chair Dollywell.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the report. That the economic outcome looks good. I think we are on a healthy path, but we got to be careful. Things can change quickly. I have a question, Jennifer. What are our unfunded liabilities as we speak? the retirement liability.
Through the chair, Supervisor Dollywell, are you talking about our retirement liability?
Yes.
The CEO of SJ Sarah is here, and if you would allow her to address the board, I think she can answer that question.
Okay.
Good morning. Renee Ostrander, CEO at SJ Sarah. So we currently do have an unfunded liability. I believe, I don't recall the specific number of our last report, but we have had a preliminary number through December 31st of 2024. Our funded status is approximately, it's in the mid 70s, about 75%. So I could do the math backwards. We're at about 4.7 was what we were at this morning, 4.7 billion in our fund assets under management. So currently what we are doing is we do have the unfunded liability that is being paid through the contribution rate that is set. And our contribution rate for 2026 will be set here in about 3 or 4 months. But the county is funding an additional 5% to help move that needle faster, which has been incredible. For us, we are about 3 to 4% funded at a higher level than we would otherwise be based on the county's additional 5% contribution.
You think adding 5% is good, or should we do more?
We would always be happy. So what I would say is the 5% is incredibly helpful because it does keep us, so if we talk a little bit about math, it does keep us at a cash flow positive. That 5% has just eked us over cash flow positive, which what that does for us is it allows us to not tap into the deals that we have out there and the investments that we're making. We don't have to pull that money early before we realize the full income of those. Of course, if additional contributions were to come in, we would always be appreciative and we would work very hard to ensure that we could get the highest return possible for them. But certainly at least the additional 5%, we are incredibly grateful for it, and we are making great strides to ensure that that money is put to good use for the county's purposes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
And Supervisor Dollywell will be joining you on SJ Sarah.
SJ Sarah.
Supervisor Gardia and Supervisor or Vice Chair are going to switch positions on that, so you will have him on your board.
And we will definitely be providing you some education coming up shortly to make sure you're ready for investments and actuarial science and all of the unique things that go into that.
You know, the meeting that we had in the conference room was very educational, but you know, there's always more to learn, and I look forward to that.
Thank you. Yes, we will definitely provide the education.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gardia.
So I appreciate everything you do, and honestly, in my short little term at SJ Sarah, and I was going to actually talk to you before I announced that I was going to be switching committees, but coming from CalPERS and that whole stigma of unfunded liability over the, you know, during the fiscal emergency and through tough times scares a lot of people. And one of the first things that I was very happy to hear that, you know, we're roughly at today's projections that we're at least the flow of how things are working, that we're looking at 6 to 7 years of being 100% funded, which is ultimately going to be saving everybody a lot of money. Because, you know, that the whole unfunded liability is just, you know, it's been used across the board for scare tactics and negotiations and everything else. But I commend your office and it's very intimidating sitting on that committee. And so I appreciate my short term there, and I'm going to be following something. I really enjoyed the Delta and the water, so we're going to be switching committees. But thank you.
We will make sure to continue to fund this retirement well. Thank you so much for the kind words. You know, we are very committed to our mission at SJ Sarah. It's quite important to us personally and taking care of our county employees along with our others. And the investment team that we have together is quite strong. And I do agree, you know, the looking at an unfunded liability can be quite daunting and concerning, but we do have a really good handle on it. You are right, we do have our projections. Of course, we never know what the markets are gonna do. I think we've seen that over the last 30 days, if you've monitored that at all. But we do have our portfolio set up to be all weather. And so we can deal with these, you know, uncertain times that we're going through right now. And then, you know, we do know that the economy will again take off. And when we're there, we're positioned to be able to capitalize on that. And if we can continue to earn over 675, which we did this year, so our preliminary number, actually, I believe we've finalized it now. Our number is 8.5% return net of fees. So, and what we expect to earn with our investments is 675. So, if we continue to be very diligent and effective in the work that we do, our projections do show that we will be fully funded within the next 5-ish years.
Awesome, great news. Supervisor Ding, you have the floor.
You put a lot of work in, and I just want to say thank you, because I don't think a lot of people realize how much time it takes. I want to congratulate everybody staying within, you know, the mission statements, the goal statements. One of the things I've noticed of staff, and I've seen it on a couple of reports coming in, is they'll actually list, you know, this was, you know, they list points, you know, this is part of the statement and so forth. My hat's off. I don't know how you keep your brains straight and can add 2 + 2 after a few hours of that, and you've done an excellent job, so thank you.
Thank you. I too want to commend, that's great news. 8.5%, and the norm is 6.75. That's huge. The thing that kind of alarms me is a lot of our fellow cities rely on sales tax. And I know we have consultants. Can you touch on that? I know Supervisor Rickman touched on it a little bit. What are their projections?
We do have a consultant that works with us on sales tax, and our projections for the current fiscal year are based on some decreases. However, for 25-26, our consultants are projecting an increase. So
Okay.
We're projecting better numbers for 25-26. They are projections, of course, and that's partly due to an increase in San Joaquin County's share of the state pool of sales taxes. So
we're getting a better deal? But I mean, not saying that the sales tax is going up because goods being purchased. So we're just getting a different ratio.
I think it's probably both.
Both, okay. Because I think that's one of the markers that you need to kind of watch, you know, as the county and you know, where it's going and how much, because we are obviously property tax base is most of our majority of ours, but our folks that are in our cities aren't, so.
Chair Canepa, what Supervisor Rickman was mentioning, the legislation, pardon me, we've been talking with the sales tax consultant every time we, just about quarterly, every time we meet with them. The legislation is moving slowly, so we are asking about the city's impacts, and we will report back to your board as soon as we do hear something that's more final, or if we understand how things are shaping up. So we are tracking it for you.
Perfect, thank you. Did you have another comment? Supervisor Ding, are you good?
I'm good.
Supervisor Ardea?
Just a quick question. So we hear vacancy savings a lot. And how much do we rely on vacancy savings?
So I don't think we're relying on them because we have a balanced budget. So the savings that you saw, the 38 million that we were projecting is really one-time money that we would anticipate to have at the end of the year, but we don't rely on it to balance our budget.
And you're saying that we saw the trend drop almost, what, less than 1% over?
As far as the vacancy rate, yeah. It dropped a little bit less than 1%, but again, that was also based on having more positions. So typically, once you add positions, your vacancy rate goes up because right out the gate, those positions are all unfilled, but they've made some progress in filling those positions and showing a slight decrease in the vacancy rate, even with the added positions. So it's an improvement over where we were last year at this time.
Great, thank you.
I think too, also County Administrator Regalo, I mean, is asking the departments if you've had positions that have been sitting vacant for too long. Can you explain to that? I know Genevieve has been doing that at Behavioral Health.
Yes.
And as far as dormant positions and the ability not to fill them, that you may need to take a hard look when they do come for budgets to make sure that, if you could speak to that, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. So we do, through our budget process, we do ask the departments to take a look at some of their vacancies, and if they've been vacant for at least more than a year, or some of them have been vacant for a very long time. And if they have a reason why they need to leave them on, that's fine. They'll explain that to us. But we do ask them to take a look before they ask for additional positions. Maybe they want to switch it, so we call it an add or delete. Maybe they don't have the right type of position in place. So we'll ask them to take a look at that, or just to delete some of those vacant positions as well, if they're not needing it. And through efficiencies as well, they can do that as well.
Yeah, I've noticed that we see them, so if they're not utilizing it or people moving it to a different position, so, or giving it the position to another department I've seen just recently, so thanks for the collaboration on that side of it. Any other questions, comments from supervisors?
Chair Kenneth, I just have a couple of follow-ups if you don't mind. I would say that HR, I would like to give credit to HR for working actively with the departments to help reduce their vacancy rates. We have seen them working very hard with our departments and their recruitment efforts, and the policy for the hard to recruit and the incentives, and I think a lot of this is a result of their hard work. I also too wanted to make a note, Supervisor Dollywall had asked about the 5% contribution toward the unfunded liability. Just wanted to make a note that the board has a policy. It was adopted on March 29th of 2016 that allows the board to make the additional 5% contributions toward the unfunded retirement liability, and our office looks at that every year to determine whether or not we can afford it, and so we would make those recommendations to your board. And so, as Jennifer said, we do think that we can afford the 5%, but there is an existing policy. We can forward the information to you if you'd like to review it.
Can you talk to the part that you just changed out to what percentage of a bigger number? Because we just changed that, correct?
Can you
The
say that?
5% that you were taking it on a lower number, right, as far as the general budget?
Oh, that was the contingency reserve. That's
Contingency
something
reserve,
different.
okay.
Yeah, that's something different.
Okay, can you explain to that what we did on that? I know we discussed it, and as part of this, correct?
This is a separate issue, but Jennifer can explain that. Yep.
Okay.
So in January, when we brought an item to your board for the fund balance, the general fund balance from last year, part of that item included an increase to the reserve for contingency. That's also set at 5% of the total budget per board policy. So same number, but two different.
And I believe that the difference there, the increase, because I believe it was like 10 or 11 million, it was because we were taking into effect the reimbursements that we had. So now we went back and the policy states on the adopted budget. And so that was on a much larger amount. So that's why we had to catch up a little bit, so.
Okay. So our reserve is on a more concrete basis then? Right?
We're using a higher basis to calculate it.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect.
Yeah.
At this time, does anybody from the public like to speak to this agenda item or discussion item? Come forward. State your name, please. Come on up, Richard. Is it
Through the chair, if I may, his public comment form is for general public comments not related to this item, so it's to your discretion if you want to reopen the public comment period to allow this gentleman to speak.
What?
Mr. Supervisor, as she said, my comments aren't related to what you were just discussing, and I'm more than happy to sit here and listen.
Okay, okay, thank you. What are the comments for?
Well, I would let the gentleman speak for himself, but he
Okay.
did submit public comments regarding the proclamation and voting in San Joaquin County, so they do not appear to be
Okay.
a particular item on this agenda
Okay.
at this time.
All right, thank you. So as long as it's not on this subject matter, so then nobody else from the public would like to speak to this discussion item? Seeing none, I'll come back to the board. Any further questions, comments, concerns? Motion from
I'll make
Supervisor
a motion to
Rickman.
approve.
Second from Supervisor Gardia. Call for the vote. Accept the motion passes 5-0.
Thank
for
you.
Mid-year budget report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Discussion item 2. County Administrator's Office, Deputy County Administrator Hillary Crowley, you have the floor.
Good morning, Chair Canepa, members of the board, County Council, Madam Clerk, and CAO Regalo. I'm Hillary Crowley, the Legislative Officer and Countywide PIO for our county. I am here to present for your approval the county's proposed 2025 and 2026 state and federal legislative platforms. San Joaquin County recognizes the need to protect its interests in our state and federal capitals. To be effective, the County Administrator's Office coordinates the review and development of our county's legislative platform to coincide with the start of new 2-year legislative sessions to mirror the state and federal legislative cycles. The proposed state and federal legislative platforms recommended to your board today are the result of thoughtful input and deliberation by departments, the board, the County Administrator's Office, and our state and federal legislative advocates. The platforms are playbooks that set forth county priorities for the 2025 and 2026 state legislative sessions and the 119th United States Congress, and provide general direction to departments and the county's legislative advocates as they advance county interests. While the platforms highlight key priority policy areas, they are not intended to be a complete and final list of our issues and positions. They are intentionally written at a high level so the county can take action quickly. The most common form of action for our county is taking positions of support or opposition to proposed legislation, budget items, and of late, regulatory action. Other forms of action include providing testimony, statements to the legislature as subject matter experts. We present mid-year updates at the end of the calendar year, so there is an opportunity to make adjustments annually. Historically, our county platforms included specific issues and projects, but these sections were encompassed in the legislative regulatory policy guidelines sections and therefore redundant. The LED's regulatory policy guidelines are the part of the platform that staff and advocates use. Therefore, I was delighted to slim down our new platforms to something more functional. The revised platforms were reorganized by policy area with updated categories reflected here. The board's strategic priorities are our North Star, and all policy positions reflect that. A few state highlights include the addition of a few items to support the detection and eradication of invasive pests and to ensure the sustainability of agricultural businesses. We ordered our opposition to unfunded mandate language higher in the platform and strengthened and clarified language to expand our advocacy efforts to include regulatory bodies like the California Public Utilities Commission and the California Air Resources Board. We specified classifications of positions that are difficult to recruit and retain. We called out the impact Senate Bill 43 is having on behavioral health services, requiring them to provide a lot more placements into locked facilities as an unintended consequence of the implementation of mobile crisis services. We added new language to require funding for local levee maintenance and others related to flood protection and planning. We further clarified supports and needs to address unsheltered homelessness, and we fortified language to oppose any advancement efforts of the single tunnel delta conveyance project or other isolated delta conveyance proposals. As in the state platform, for the federal, we prioritized supporting specific classifications of positions that are difficult to recruit and retain. Same with homelessness. We further clarified supports and needs to address unsheltered homelessness. We also added some language to support federal funding for engineering studies and design and construction of levee rehabilitation. We added a bunch of levee and flood protection language. We clarified the need for funding to address our backlog of road and bridge maintenance. And we updated our advocacy language around the Richard A. Pittman Veterans Affairs community-based outpatient clinic that is now open. We added a lot of new language to protect water rights, reliability, recharge, groundwater sustainability plans, and the like, and protection language that does not advance the single tunnel delta conveyance project or other isolated delta conveyance proposals. Our county has benefited from the state and advocacy efforts of Shaw, Yoder, Antwi, Schmelzer, and Lang for many, many years. Many of you know and have worked with Karen Lang and Paul Yoder. Their team provides unwavering support for our county, and they're really fun to work with. At the federal level, Carpy and Clay provide general government representation by David Wetmore and Laura Morgan Kessler. For water resources and flood protection, the county, through Public Works, retains the Ferguson Group. Roger Gwynn and Jeremiah Van Auken are our contacts with TFG. Thank you for your attention, and with the board's approval, I look forward to completing production elements of the platforms and distributing them to support our dynamic county. This concludes my presentation.
Perfect, thank you. Supervisor Ding, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Starting with on the front of all your handouts, the word priorities and how everything fits. You have put together one heck of a team, not only on the state level, federal level. We really do have Class A representation. And I know that for a fact when I have a certain lobbyist who basically tells me I'm not trying hard enough and I need to get engaged in an area I wasn't engaged, rather than saying, great job, Supervisor. Yeah. And out of that came, our involvement with NACO, which leads me to my first question is, I didn't see, unless it's just kind of generally in there about, we put a presentation together for NACO on the raising of 16-bed cap that would save the county $11 million. Is that just encompassed in general language? I didn't see anything on the federal, because it would be nice, since we're going to get Senator Padilla is going to carry the actual legislation if it was included. I'm thinking maybe I just missed that step and we went right to the feds and we kind of forgot to put it in our own.
Supervisor, through the chair, when we revised these historically, we had a book. It was 75 pages, and it had really discrete projects, and one of them, a perennial, was always that 16-bed IMD exclusion waiver.
Okay.
So we're not calling out specific projects like that anymore.
Okay.
So it is encompassed in the Health and Human Services section of the platform, and I can follow up with staff on this. There's multiple places where our advocacy in opposition to that cap could be contained. So again, that was one of the changes of, instead of calling out, like listing out every single thing, like do we have to talk about nutria specifically, or can we just say it's an invasive pest species that's impacting our agriculture and natural resources? So I can follow up with staff on the sections that are pretty high level that absolutely encompass our strong opposition to that cap.
Okay. And then second, going to the tunnel conversation, since I wasn't sure if you were on the DCC call. Friday with Fritz and representatives from Senator McNerney's office. Part of your job is not only, developing this, but, coordinating our partners and, as well. And it's nice when you have a working relationship with all your local elected assembly, Senate, members. A fresh set of eyes on an existing problem is so invaluable. Having Senator McNerney's chief of staff point out the cost of the tunnel that we've been using, this estimate of $20 billion, and that the estimate is old and how it affects everybody else. We kind of talk about it, but really hadn't focused on that. And I don't think without your work in putting together these priorities, those kind of coalitions come together and they benefit us all. So I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you. Vice Chair Dhaliwal.
Thank you, sir. Hillary, I want to thank you for all the work that you have done. It helps a lot, especially, us two new members. It brings us all on the same page that we are moving in the right direction and we are moving together. So thank you so much for everything you do.
Thank you. County Administrator Regala.
Thank you. I just wanted to answer Supervisor Ding's question, and Hillary's not going to memorize every one in here, but there is number 33. It's under here, under Health and Human Services, is to support the repeal of the Federal Institute of Mental Disease Exclusion, which limits Medicaid payments to psychiatric inpatient or residential facilities with more than 16 beds.
I too want to commend you because I think it's important that we all have, these two guys have led it, obviously, with the PUC, Supervisor Rickman, and the landline issues, and you with the 16 beds, and, we're worrying about, smoke ordinances, and I think everybody is taking an interest in homelessness, and I think the way that we do it, and we have a platform, and it's important because, when we sign off on things, you always do a really good job of making sure that it fits our platforms and that we're doing what's right. So the advocacy up here and through your help, I think, is huge with all of these partners. Last year we went, and it was a valuable trip because we always go with one voice. And Supervisor Brickman wanted us to go on our own, and the agenda and the time that we spent, and Supervisor Ding just going back at NACO, speaks volumes to the power that we have. And I think if we don't go and get involved, then we get overlooked. And I think it's important that we stand together. So thank you for what you do, and thank you for the partnerships and the friendships that you've built to give San Joaquin County a voice. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
And I just noticed Fritz was back there. Just one other note as I head back to DC again Sunday with DCC. That team with Roger, I mean, they've got us so booked with meetings Monday and Tuesday because it is such an important issue. And Fritz, as you're back there, you do such a great service to it. It's all tied together. So give our federal team an attaboy for me.
Okay.
Chair, I would ask that you make a motion to approve.
Yeah, I just was looking for that. So Supervisor Ding has a motion.
Second.
Point of order. No. We haven't had public comment for a
Oh,
while.
sorry, public comment. Thank you. Is there anybody that would like to come forward and comment on the legislative agendas? Supervisor Rickman, you have another comment, or is this coming up late?
Well, once public comment closed.
Okay. Thank you for that. Nobody wants to speak, so back to the board. We have a motion from Supervisor Ding and a second from Vice Chair Dhaliwal. Call for.
Chair, can I say a few words?
Yes, you may.
All right, before we take the vote. Yeah, I was waiting until after public comment.
Oh, I'm so apologize.
First of all, yeah, thank you, Hillary, for your job. I know my office, and I feel like I just talked to you yesterday, I think it was, talking to you, your office about the different bills and so on. So thank you for the job that you do and your team and the CEO's office, and appreciate it. I mean, a lot of the stuff that we do that you don't see in the background, and this is one of them, you know, the legislative portion of it. Before I jump into that, though, I wanted to discuss unfunded mandates. And it's something I've been discussing here, you know, for the last few years. And to make sure that, you know, our county council and our staff recognizes that this board is very interested in these unfunded mandates. And what these unfunded mandates are, is, for an example, just a quick blurb, is that when the state of California has some great plan of theirs, which they always work out great, and, you know, they push them on to the county throughout the state, and they're required to pay for them. But a lot of time what happens, they stop payment and the counties pick up the dime. And, you know, which they don't supposed to do. And I know I sit on CSAC, the California State Association of Counties, and we have talked about it there. And we have to, as a county, push back against the state and have them pay for their own programs. But a lot of the times it's not happening. I know a couple of things that I've asked to look into. It has been determined that the statute of limitations have ran out and we're kind of stuck. And that is absolutely unacceptable. I just want to let everybody in this, our staff know that, you know, we can't let these things go unchecked. If there is a problem, if there is an unfunded mandate in which is county, our taxpayers are footing the bill, then we need to push back. And I don't want to hear anymore, you know, about, oh, well, you know, the statute of limitations ran out, there's nothing that we can do. It's absolutely ridiculous. So just a shot across the bow that, you know, this board, and I'm not the only one, is going to be looking at this. And if we hear something about it, and it's in our ag sector a lot also, we just discussed it at our ag advisory meeting yesterday, that some of these unfunded mandates that our departments are getting stuck with, and therefore our counties and our taxpayers are. So let everybody know we are looking and we expect action, or at least this board to be notified. Secondly, additionally, some of the things that, you know, when I mentioned that, you know, we do in the background that a lot of the residents aren't notified about, or I guess, you know, don't know what we do some of the times. It's not all about ribbon cuttings and, you know, some of the things that we do here. But here are some of the things that this board has supported. And we're talking to our legislators, our state and federal, in this case would be our state representatives and the governor's office and the different departments. AB 286, electricity mandate rate reduction that we support and that we're following. And what this is that this county and this board, in full support of a bill, AB 286, which demands that the California Public Utility Commission reduce electricity rates by at least 30%, right? So that's something that we're following, that's something that we're fighting for. We just discussed it, we heard from a lady earlier, the cost of living, how it's out of control. And we all in this room feel it, right? Another one is funding for the Tracy Courthouse, in which we contacted the governor's office and our state representatives. Regulatory impacts, transportation, fuel cost, and providing support for legislation, a report providing data and describing the impact of its regulation of transportation fuel and the prices of those to California consumers. SB 2, low carbon fuel standard regulation. Our board supports this bill, which would repeal recent updates enacted by the California Air Resource Board, or CARB, to the low carbon fuel standard regulation. The bill will save Californians from an impending 65 to 85 cent per gallon increase at the pump. Again, another cost of living issue. So these are just some of the examples that this board does in the background, fighting for you, the residents of San Joaquin County. You know, our chairman mentioned carrier last resorts and all unfunded mandates, requesting more money for agricultural replacement measured for emission reduction, our farmers program, asking for more money for infrastructure. In fact, you know, when we went back to kind of on what Supervisor Canepa and Supervisor Ding mentioned, and Supervisor Dollywell was there in his capacity as mayor last year at San Joaquin Council of Government, in which myself and Supervisor Ding and Supervisor Dollywell are members of, or sit on that committee. We went back there last year and we received on this county $41 million for the 580 Crow Hollow Interchange project from the federal government, thanks to Senator Padilla. And that was the largest procurement of funds in the state of California. So $41 million that we brought back to this county. So this is just some, I mean, I can go be up here for another 30 minutes telling you about some of the things that we're doing in the legislative section of it, but I just want the public to know that this board, Hillary and our staff and our directors, we need to talk about public works, and our ag department, I can go on, I don't want to put anybody out, miss anybody, but working for you, the residents of San Joaquin County. So, thank you, everybody, I appreciate it. And I'll yield my time, Chair.
Thank you, sir. So we have a motion and a second.
Oh, you already have a motion and a second.
Already
so.
have.
Yeah.
Motion and second.
Call for the vote. Motion passes 5-0. At this time, I think, let's move number 5. I think a lot of people are here for number 5, right? Public Works for, accept the Hasten Road closure analysis and approve permanent closure, because I think, I'll do that. Let's move number 5 for discussion, Public Works. For the people that have come, and so that in case we recess, they don't have to wait. Council, is that okay? And, okay. So at this time, we're gonna have Public Works accept the Hanson Road closure analysis and approve permanent closure of Hanson Road at Interstate 205. Public Works Director Fritz Buckman. You have the floor, sir.
Just one moment. Come on. Let me just use your points rather than my computer. It's taking a long time to boot up. You don't have mine? Oh, you got yours? I don't know why my computer's doing this. It's not logging in. Oh. Okay. Can you see it? Yeah, hang on. There we go. Yeah. Good morning, Chair Canepa and board members. I'm Fritz Buckman, your Director of Public Works. This item is a follow-up to the November 8th, 2022 board meeting where your board approved an 18-month temporary closure of Hanson Road in response to traffic concerns raised by the Lambersville community. As part of that action, Public Works committed to evaluate the traffic impacts associated with the closure. The evaluation sought to determine if a finding could be made that the overpass at Interstate 205 was no longer needed for vehicular traffic, and to assess the need for and viability of additional traffic calming measures in the Lambersville community. With me today is Deputy Director Naji Zarif, who will provide a brief presentation summarizing our evaluation of the temporary closure, the recommended action, and next steps if the board elects to approve permanent closure of the Hanson Road overpass at Interstate 205. At this point, I'll turn the presentation over to Deputy Director Zarif.
Thank you, Director Buckman, and good morning, Chair Canepa and board members. As Director Buckman said, Naji Zarif, Deputy Director, Public Works. Also, as he mentioned, on November 8th, 2022, your board directed staff to proceed with an 18-month closure of Hanson Road. Public Works coordinated with the City of Tracy and Prologis to build the necessary infrastructure to facilitate the closure, and it was physically closed on September 1st of 2023. During the temporary closure period, Public Works has collected traffic data at key intersections and roadways. We've documented feedback from stakeholders and evaluated the traffic data in comparison with the original Hanson Road closure study. At the November 2022 meeting, the board also authorized the implementation of additional traffic calming measures along Von Sostin Road, concurrent with the temporary road closure. These measures were implemented in anticipation of increased traffic along Von Sostin Road, and they included radar speed feedback signs to alert drivers to the posted speed limit and their speeds, rectangular rapid flashing beacons at the mid-block crosswalk at Lammersville Elementary, which was installed to alert drivers of school children crossing the roadway, and vertical elements at existing speed humps to prevent drivers from avoiding the humps by driving onto the roadway shoulder. As part of the temporary closure evaluation, staff also determined if additional traffic measures were warranted and could assist with curbing any other undesirable driver behavior. With respect to the nearby roadway segments, our evaluation focused on Hanson Road and Von Sostin Road. As expected, traffic volumes decreased on Hanson Road segments, both north and south of Von Sostin Road. Traffic volumes also decreased on Von Sostin Road east of Hanson Road, however, not to the extent originally anticipated. Also, as anticipated, the traffic volumes on Von Sostin Road west of Hanson Road increased as drivers seeking to access the Cordes Ranch area were required to use Mountain House Parkway instead of Hanson Road. This segment of roadway experienced a 64% increase in traffic volumes. All of the roadways experienced a notable decrease in heavy commercial vehicle or truck traffic, ranging from 22 to 84% decreases. It is worth noting that none of the traffic volumes observed are approaching the county's established capacity for those roadway classifications. The evaluation also analyzed the operations of 4 intersections during the closure period. The listed intersections were those we deemed most likely to be impacted by the closure of Hanson Road and currently lacked any planned improvements to mitigate increased traffic. As noted on this slide, only one intersection, Mountain House Parkway and the Interstate 205 westbound ramps, is currently operating at an unacceptable level of service. This intersection was operating at an unacceptable level of service prior to the closure of the roadway, and the congestion is related to westbound interstate traffic or freeway traffic getting off the freeway to avoid congestion on the highway. During the closure, Public Works did receive requests to consider signalizing the Hanson Von Sostin Road and Byron Road Von Sostin Road intersections. Both intersections were evaluated and failed to meet warrants for installation of a signal. Public Works does not recommend the installation of a signal at these locations at this time. Throughout the temporary closure period, the county accepted feedback from key stakeholders. Aside from the request for review of the 2 intersections for possible signal installation, no concerns were received from the Lammersville residents, including those that living on Von Sostin Road. The Lammersville Unified School District noted that they were aware of a child being struck by a vehicle near the school, but did not associate that collision with the closure. They indicated that they felt the closure accomplished its intent and were supportive of any additional traffic calming measures that the county may deem necessary. The City of Tracy also expressed no concerns with the temporary closure or making it permanent. During the temporary closure, the San Joaquin Fire Authority reported a malfunction and vandalism of the solar-powered gate that made it inoperable. The Fire Authority has requested more regularly monitoring and timely response to malfunctions with the gate if it were to remain in place. Public Works is recommending that the board approve the permanent closure of the Hanson Road overpass at Interstate 205. The evaluation has indicated that there are no significant impacts warranting mitigation. If approved, Public Works proposes to implement additional traffic calming measures, including potentially raising the existing crosswalk at Lammersville Elementary School and installing additional speed bumps. Of note, 2/3 of the fronting property owners will need to indicate support for the installation of additional speed bumps. Converting the temporary closure to a permanent closure is categorically exempt from environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act. A notice of exemption has been prepared and will be filed upon approval of the permanent closure by your board. Public Works will also update the City of Tracy regarding its action and coordinate with them to implement permanent closure of the overpass in their jurisdiction, if approved by your board. To effectively close the roadway, continued closure in the city is required. If they fail to permanently close the roadway, Public Works will return to your board with options on potential next steps.
Thank you for the presentation, Deputy Director Zarif. Supervisors, as Mr. Zarif noted, Public Works is recommending a permanent closure of the Hanson Road overpass at Interstate 205. This concludes our presentations, and Public Works will be happy to answer any questions from your board.
Thank you. Board members, questions? Public comment, so I'll go to public comment. Jake Ivester, I hope.
For the record, through the chair, will there be a 3-minute time limit on these public comments?
Yes.
Okay.
Regarding.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jake Ivester. I have lived in Santos Ranch community for 39 years. I want to extend my appreciation to Supervisor Rickman for hearing and understanding the dangerous conditions caused by the extreme traffic from 40-ton trucks and workers cutting through our community, ignoring weight limits, speed limits, and stop signs to use Hanson Road to get to the warehouse complex on the south side of Highway 205. For working with fellow supervisors to give our community an opportunity to express our concerns over how the escalating traffic was causing significant safety issues to our citizens, for working with the traffic department to allow resources to evaluate how the escalating traffic through our streets was impacting the community's safety, and in implementing traffic mitigation efforts, finally setting on an 18-month temporary Hanson Road full closure agreement between San Joaquin County and City of Tracy. The Hanson full road closure is working. Children are walking safely to school again. Children are riding bikes and skateboards safely on the streets again. Residents are able to take care of their health by walking pets, and jogging safely again. Residents are able to ride horses safely in the community again. Residents are able to safely use their electric golf carts instead of cars and trucks to make trips to neighbors again. The Hanson Road full closure is working. Please consider taking the next step and make the Hanson Road full closure permanent. Thank you.
Thank you. Dale and Pat Brandis. Do you guys each want 3 minutes? Are you sharing time, or you don't have?
We're just going to do
Okay.
3 minutes.
Share time. Okay.
Share time.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Supervisor Rickman and the board. This has been a 6.5, 7-year journey for us to get the road closed. And as you just heard, it's working. We have our community back. We have our safety back. We don't have our house shaking all night long with the semis. And so thank you for Public Works for everything they've done. And we strongly encourage the board to make this a permanent closure because we have our lives back. Do you want to say anything, Pat?
Thank you very much, and we urge you to adopt the recommendations and get the road permanently closed. Thank you.
Thank you, folks. Pete Moyen. I think I got your last name right, hopefully. Moyen.
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
I'm Pete Moyer, resident of Hanson Road.
I want to thank Supervisor Rickman. I want to thank Fritz and Najee. They've had a long, arduous trip with us to get Hanson Road closed permanently. I hope we have the support of the board today. I am going to disagree with part of Najee's report. I stood here a few months ago over getting a traffic signal at the intersection of Von Sausen and Hanson Road. Speed bumps don't slow anybody down. If I hit them at 35 in my truck, I don't even feel them. If I hit them at 55, I don't feel them. We need some kind of a stoplight at the intersection right there at the school. You've got the train coming in 18 months, which says, their EIR says we're gonna get 5,000 cars a day, every morning, every night. That's 10,000 cars are gonna go down Mountain House, Grant Line, Von Sausen, Lammers. Somehow, a couple thousand of those cars are gonna be driving 2 doors from my house. 1 out of 20 cars does not stop at the intersection of Hanson and Lammersville. We call the Highway Patrol for support. We typically get a cruiser out there for 2 days. We call the county sheriff for support. We usually get 2 motorbikes for a couple days. To further this, I'm concerned about the safety. My wife walks one of my adopted children to school. She has to cross that crosswalk 4 times a day. She's almost been hit several times. I witnessed the little girl that got hit by the car a few months ago. It wasn't pretty. I was hit by a car in 1955. I've been crippled my whole life from it. So this whole thing is really dear to my heart. I hope in the future we have a stoplight at that intersection. You can barely get out of my neighborhood from 6 in the morning to 8:30 if you try to make a left off of Hanson onto Von Sausen. Unless there's a pedestrian crossing the street, it's really hard to get out. I appreciate the work and the concern and the time that everybody's invested to make our community safer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wishing to speak to the board? Please come forward, state your name.
Good morning, board members. First off, I would like to thank Supervisor Rickman for everything you have done for us in the last few years. We have our differences, but you help us. And Najee and Fritz, thank you so much for the report and thank you so much for the recommendation. You have done wonderful jobs for us. Boards, just to let you know how we get here, before the road was closed, this is happening in our neighborhood. Excuse me if I get emotional. When I talk about children, I get very emotional. This is my neighbor's 4 years old. She was playing in her own driveway when 2 trucks crisscrossing within 5 minutes of each other, feet away from her. Her mother and her brother was with her. Her mother was the one who took the pictures. This is what's happening to our neighborhood if the road was not closed. Supervisor Rickman saw the danger in the neighborhood and saw what happened to our children. He asked the previous board to help him close the road for us for 18 months. And we have gotten our safety back. A wise man once told me that real hero in real life don't wear capes. To me, real heroes sit on the dais and save lives. So are Public Works. Please accept Public Works' recommendation today. Close the road permanently so this does not happen to our children. It should not happen to anyone's children. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else before I bring it back to the board? Please come forward, state your name.
Good morning, Chair, Board. My name is Tom Heckman. I just wanted to extend a sincere thanks to Supervisor Rickman, Public Works, Fritz and Najee. The professionalism, the care and concern, the communication has been absolutely fabulous. This has been it's been a collaborative effort with the developers, the city of Tracy, and obviously county. And I just wanted to extend a sincere thanks to the team and everyone involved, and just ask that the board adopt staff's recommendation for a permanent closure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else? Seeing none, bring it back to the board. Questions, comments? It seems like government's working the way people want it. Oh, there it is. So Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, thanks Fritz and Najee for your work for the last couple of years on this, and working with our offices and of course our residents out there. And thank you for our residents for being here and working with, you know, the county and myself and our Public Works Department to get this done. And I was just out there. Well, actually, I do go out to that area a lot. You may not see me, but, you know, and I see Vanny all the time. And so it's nice to see the traffic calming measures are working. I'm glad to see, you know, the studies. Now, Fritz and Najee, so what are we going to do for the crosswalk there? And you were talking about additional signage and raised crosswalk, or what do you call it, the lights or whatever that may. Can you explain?
Sure, yes. Yeah, the plan would be to, they call it a raised crosswalk, so it would function similar to a speed bump, but it will be a little bit wider, but we'll raise the crosswalk and then have rectangular rapid flashing beacons that are relocated to be a little bit closer to the roadway, so that it would have more visibility for kids that are crossing the street, but then also serve as a traffic calming measure for vehicles that are moving in front of the school.
All right. And we'll talk about that more also. And, you know, even a possible, well, we'll talk about that. As for the signal light, and again, we have, to Mr. Moyer's point, you know, we have the study and ordinance or whatever it may be as when traffic signal lights go in. But you look at that place, it's not an engineering problem, it's an enforcement issue. And say if you do put traffic signals in there, at least now, you know, at a stop sign, people stop. You imagine if that light is green and it stays green and people coming on Voss Austin, you think they're going to go faster, they're going to go slower. They're going to go faster through that school. It is, you know, I've seen it over and over and over again. Instead of having a four-way intersection, you have pretty much, you know, a three-way intersection, well, with the residents coming from Hanson Road there. And also, I mean, there's nothing that stops people from, if they're running stop signs, they're gonna run red lights, you know, and so it's an enforcement issue. If, you know, you have the Highway Patrol's number, and if you have any issues out there, you can contact the, you know, the Highway Patrol and have them keep on coming out there and doing traffic enforcement. And I can talk to our Sheriff's Department also to go out there and hopefully do some more traffic enforcement. I know we have, you know, we got more motorcycles for traffic enforcement also, and they have a great team. So, I mean, I just wanted to mention that. But again, thank you all for being here. You know, it takes teamwork. It wasn't just this board. It was all of us getting this solution to come together. And so thank you, and thank you for being here. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you guys for coming. I mean, obviously, there's not anybody here that wants it back open, so it's pretty apparent that you guys all came from Tracy for that. So thanks for participating in local government. Any further questions, concerns? Do we have a motion?
So moved.
In a second?
Second.
Vice Chair Dolly will call for the vote. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Again, thank you, everyone.
Permanently close. At this time, I'm going to reopen it up. Sir, you could come up and speak. Is it David? You come up and speak. You could come up and speak. You've been sitting there patiently. Yes, sir. You have 3 minutes I'm going to reopen public comment for you. We don't usually do that, but since you've been patient.
Thank you for going ahead with that vote on closing that overpass. It won't be very good for doing a lot on it because of the constant pressures, pollutants coming up in the air above it, but just keep it closed. It can be bike path, horse path. Just on the letter to Governor Newsom, it did, voter identification changes, those are scary to me.
removing some of the county drop boxes. Yeah, they might not be used that much, but that's scary to me. Ending election day, same day registration. This is California. You register to vote on election day. Yeah, you'll be qualified to vote in the next election, but not that one, unless there is a loophole of getting a provisional ballot. Well, to me, that's just an insult to the voter. No, pal, you were late for this election. That's how I prefer the things to be. But I was born in '55. I remember Earl Warren, and he was one man, one vote. So please do not infract upon voting access. You want people to have an easy time voting. Please don't go there. The party be doggone, this is just a democracy, constitution, local law thing. And so that on that, and Transgender Day, I just figure people are born that way. Let them have their day, lift them up, and that's pretty much on that. Thank you,
sir.
You're doing fine.
Thank
you.
Appreciate
Take
you.
care.
Thank you. Thank you for coming, sir. We're going to keep going? Or do you want to go to closed session?
It's up to the chair. We don't have anybody coming from the outside, so.
Wish of the board to keep going? Go back to 3? Finish it up? Okay. All right. Number 3, County Administrators, Senior Deputy County Administrator Anna Bruckner and Senior Deputy County Administrator Josh Bronco approve acquisition and funding agreement between San Joaquin County and Catellus Stockton LLC for Community Facilities District Number 2009-1. Gentlemen, you have the floor.
Good morning, Chair Canepa, Vice Chair Dollywall, members of the board. Again, Adam Brucker, County Administrator's Office. With me is Josh Bronco. We're going to give you a brief presentation on this item before you, which is approval and authorization for the execution of the acquisition and funding agreement for Community Facilities District Number 2009-1 with Catellus Stockton LLC. I'm going to start with a kind of an overview of some background here. This has been going on for a long time. I want to put this in the appropriate context, and then I'm going to hand it over to Josh Bronco, who's going to finish it up. So, get to the right page here. So on March 4th, 2008, your board approved a master development agreement with Prologis to develop an area of county land located generally northeast of the airport, which today is known as Air Park 599. Prologis subsequently assigned its interest in the agreement to Catellus Stockton, who is our current partner. This public-private partnership was formed to create a high-quality business park, attracting investment, creating job opportunities, increasing the local tax base, and bringing in additional revenue for the benefit of the community. On October 6th, 2020, your board approved an amended and restated master development agreement to capitalize on the strength of the industrial market. The focus of the amended MDA shifted to a smaller area, 275 acres as it is today, of county-owned, non-airport property, and it focuses on the development of primarily large warehouse and logistics buildings, totaling approximately 3.5 million square feet. And there's also a small amount of commercial that's planned at the intersection of Kiwanis Lane and Arch Airport Road, totaling approximately 12,000 feet. So here you have the project site plan as it currently exists. If you were to drive through the area, by the way, north is to your left. This is kind of oriented with the east at the top. So you have 99 going across the top here and Arch Airport Road there on your left. If you were to drive through there today, on 99 especially, the big building that you would see is that building 1 right there. It's got the corners of it painted red. That building was actually built and leased to Target Corporation. That building has subsequently been subleased by Target to someone else because they don't intend to use it right now, but that is the largest building that currently exists out there. It received its occupancy permit in January, and definitely visible from the freeway. And if you were to go down to Arch Airport Road, get closer to the Ag Center there, that other large building, Building 4, that's actually the building that the project started with. I think Supervisor Rickman was the only one that attended the kickoff meeting, or the kickoff celebration in November 2021. Were you here then? Did you get mud all over your shoes?
Yes,
Yeah, you were
I
there.
did. And I remember you were telling me, man, 5th District is the best district, and I will thank you, and I appreciated that.
I think I remember that. So that's where the kickoff was held right there, and that building subsequently went up. And that building was put up entirely on spec. That's actually, it's about 1.2 million square feet. It has since been leased to Amazon, who is working diligently to open an inbound regional cross-dock facility there. And so those are the two buildings that exist out there. And then a lot of infrastructure has been built, which Josh will get into here in a second. But just wanted to go over that for orientation. The last slide I'm going to cover here is that an important factor, especially for the item we're presenting today, is that on May 5th, 2009, the Board of Supervisors formed a community facilities district and authorized the issuance of bonds to finance the acquisition and construction of the infrastructure for Air Park 599. So of course the purpose of it is it's intended to fund a portion of the infrastructure. It includes things like the roadway improvements, water and wastewater infrastructure, which didn't exist out there. It's been extended from the city of Stockton, the storm drainage systems, and of course landscaping. The way the bonds will work when issued is the bonds will not be secured by the county. The bonds will actually be secured by the special taxes that are assessed against each of the leasehold interests in the project. So that's a common question that we get is, who's going to pay the debt service on the bonds when they're issued? It's not the county. It'll be the leasehold interests or the tenants, if you will. The plan was always to issue a bond or a series of bonds once there was a sufficient, critical mass of taxpayers essentially in the district to support those bonds. And so we are looking at that now, and that's why we're here today, is to get this item approved so that we can get in position for a bond issuance maybe sometime in the next several months. So we're going to be putting together a team, putting that item together, and coming back before your board before that happens. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Bronco.
Thank you, Adam. As Adam indicated, there have been substantial project improvements that are now complete or nearing completion. Those include the project roads, Qantas Lane, the realignment of that road, as well as East Landing Lane. The widening of Arch Airport Road is also proceeding with it's at least partially done at this point, and there have also been frontage improvements. And the project has also installed a new traffic signal at Giannichini Lane. Additionally, utilities such as stormwater retention basin and connections to City of Stockton sewer and water are also in place. And Adam kind of stole my thunder on the vertical construction, but yeah, that's listed there as well. We have 2 buildings that are now, that's okay, 2 buildings that are now done. So this agreement here today, the proposed acquisition and funding agreement, it is intended to establish procedures for the county to acquire the public infrastructure that's now completed. Those facilities have been constructed by Catellus on behalf of the project. It also establishes a process for the county to review payment requests submitted by Catellus. So that process will involve Public Works. They will review the payment requests from the developer. They'll confirm that the facility, the infrastructure was constructed according to the approved project plans. They will verify the actual cost of the facility before the county will issue payment from available CFD funds. And those CFD funds are going to be coming from bond proceeds, as Adam indicated, as well as the special taxes that are levied on the leaseholders. At that point, the county would assume ownership of the completed improvements. To date, the project infrastructure costs have primarily been funded by project revenues, and those include prepaid ground leases. And the estimated total cost of the public facilities eligible to be reimbursed by CFD 2009-1 is approximately $27.9 million. So these costs will be reimbursed from the proceeds of one or more series of bonds issued by the county, and the bond debt will be repaid and is secured by those special taxes levied on the leaseholders. So with that, the next steps would be our office, the county administrator's office, will implement and administer the acquisition and funding agreement pursuant to the bond issuance in accordance with the master development agreement. And today we are recommending the board adopt a resolution approving and authorizing the county administrator to execute and deliver the acquisition and funding agreement for Community Facilities District number 2009-1 between San Joaquin County and Catella Stockton LLC for the Air Park 599 project. And that concludes our presentation. If there are any questions from the board.
Vice Chair Dollywell.
Can you explain the long-term benefits to the county?
You want me to take that? Yes, Vice Chair Dollywall through the chair. So as Josh mentioned at the conclusion there are prepaid ground leases. So the way I'll talk about the basic structure of the project, then you can ask me any specific questions that you would like. But certainly the way the basic structure works is that the county is landowner, and we entered into an agreement with Catellus as master developer. And when they are ready to, we call it take down a piece of property, we create a parcel and we ground lease that parcel to Catellus. And in this case, we ground lease it for a period of 99 years. So we negotiate a value for the 99-year lease. And then once that's agreed upon, we get a 10% upfront payment of that to the county. It goes into one of our funds. And then the remaining portion, Catellus actually keeps 10% of that. They don't actually pay 10%. So there's the other 80% goes into the project revenue fund. And each time there is a ground lease, that's what happens with the proceeds of that prepaid ground lease. It goes into the project revenue fund, and those dollars have been used so far to fund the infrastructure construction for the project. Before the project started, this was just an undeveloped area adjacent to the airport that was leased to a farmer. It was kind of renewed on an annual basis. Other than Kiwanis Lane extending through the area down towards the regional sports complex, there really wasn't any infrastructure there, so it wasn't developable. There were no city services. And so one of the benefits of the project and the partnership with Catellus is the construction of that infrastructure to make it more valuable and appealing to development. In terms of just benefits, general benefits from the project, there's going to be job creation there. We've estimated between 2,000 and 5,000 jobs. It really depends ultimately on how the tenants flush out with Amazon moving there. They are bringing jobs there, but they're also, in this case, they happen to be consolidating a couple other facilities, so the net increase there is a little bit lower probably for the area. But there's going to be thousands of people in that one facility. Property tax previously is just sitting there as undeveloped county-owned land, so there's no property tax being generated. Currently, with the completion of these two large buildings, there's quite a bit of property tax. In fact, I pulled the recent property tax bills for 24-25, and just for the 58 acres that the Amazon building or building 4 on the site plan sits on, the property tax bill was $1.5 million. Now, not all of that goes to the county general fund. That goes to school districts and, bonds, Delta College, the fire district, et cetera. But we get a couple $100,000 out of that building alone. Similar situation with the other building, Building 1, a little bit larger property. So there are tax benefits, jobs, infrastructure. We're not projecting any sales tax yet, but there is going to be a small amount, at least, of sales tax when they build the commercial. They're looking at doing a fueling station at the intersection of Qantas Lane and Arch Airport Road. There could be a couple of fast food uses there, so not probably a significant amount of sales tax. If one of the tenants of the industrial buildings were to identify this as a point of sale for like an e-fulfillment center, then we could get some sales tax out of it, but we're not so far projecting any of that because that's not something that's been realized. What else? I just want to circle back to the prepaid ground lease, those dollars that I referenced earlier. As I mentioned, those have been going into the project revenue fund, except for that 10% that the county has received. And that those monies have been used to fund the infrastructure. When the bond is issued, or bonds, in this case, we think there's going to be at least a couple of bonds over time. Those dollars will be used to reimburse the public infrastructure eligible costs that have been financed. So some of that will come back to that fund. And the general characteristic of the way that our deal works with Catalyst is that once we cover our costs, at the end of the day, whatever revenue is left, it gets split 50-50 between the two parties. So that prepaid ground lease revenue has gone out the door towards the project as per our deal, but some of it's going to be coming back to us, and ultimately it will be distributed to both the county and Catalyst. I'll pause there.
Do these buildings support the future expansion of the airport?
So that's a great question. So the buildings aren't directly connected to the airport in any way. They are adjacent, but they have, the construction of the project has brought the infrastructure closer to the airport. So that is a benefit, kind of an indirect benefit of the project. Should the airport, come up with a plan to develop the kind of the northern undeveloped area there adjacent to their runway, there is now water, sewer, and roadways, infrastructure currently there now that wasn't there previously. So that's certainly a benefit. Yeah, there's certainly going to be there's a secure fence around the airport, and so I'm not the airport expert per se, but there definitely will be some issues with going in and out of that secure area. But as far as the infrastructure being closer, that is a benefit to the airport.
But these buildings can be used to store freight in the future though, right?
The buildings, so the way our deal with Catalyst works, they have, development rights to the property, and they have the relationship with the tenants. And so certainly if there was an airport-related use and they worked out a deal and they leased the property, then definitely. But the county doesn't have control over the selection of those tenants. So right now, just with the first two, they're very truck, focused. But certainly they could be, they just, like I said, they'd be outside the secure area of the airport.
But at least the option is there.
It's
just in
there.
case.
Exactly.
Thank you, sir.
One other thing I'd like to add, since that goes along with your questioning, is that I want to remind the board, at least the board members that were here, in last April, the airport brought forward an item for some capital improvements that the board supported, and there was a transfer of about, I think it was $26 million. We did take about, actually it was $4.7 million out of the 10% upfront ground lease payments that we received, and we actually transferred that with your approval to the airport. So there is a direct benefit so far out of the ground lease revenue that we've received that is benefiting the airport. So I wanted to mention that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Supervisor Gardia.
So we have an agreement with the city of Stockton for sewer and water already. How do we
Correct.
how do we get there? In the sense of, was there annexation, or can you explain that?
Absolutely. So as I mentioned, just doing that quick overview of the background, the original deal was approved by the board in 2008. Well, then there was a Great Recession, but also during that period, there was a lot of negotiation with the city of Stockton to get sewer and water. It was a real point of contention. That deal came together in 2015. The city was going through bankruptcy. We needed sewer and water. They needed some things from us. And so we actually agreed as a county to, among other things, to annex into the city at basically two different thresholds. There's a deferred annexation agreement that was approved in exchange for getting sewer and water. And the thresholds are 10 years from the date of that agreement, which is going to be here in July, so we're right there. And then also 50% of the entitled square footage. Well, we've already passed 50%. So really the ball is in the city's court in terms of annexation. If they wanted to initiate annexation, we've already agreed to it as a county. So does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay.
So you're saying basically 2025, this year, it's a possibility that could be annexed into the city.
It could already, just based on the, we're going to be at 10 years, but also we've passed the 50% of the entitled square footage with the two buildings being completed, so they could initiate annexation. And I've asked them about it, and I certainly won't speak for them, but it's something that they are aware of, and we'll need to evaluate whether it makes good business sense for them or not.
Thank you.
Any other further questions? So what so all the common areas is what we're requiring, that they're done with it? Because I mean, we're talking about the road that's being built as we speak.
Yeah, the agreement is to acquire the infrastructure, which includes the roads and then the stormwater infrastructure, those other items that we mentioned.
And that's what's forward today.
Correct.
So the bond and the issuance of the bond has already been done in 2009, and that's all right. So this reimbursable 27 million is what?
We haven't issued any bonds yet. We will come back to your board with
Okay.
a recommendation in the future for
Okay,
that.
to cover the 27 million.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, Chair Canepa, just to clarify, so we will issue bonds for what can be supported by the special tax revenue. So we can only support, so much. So we can't size the bond as big as we want. It has to be able to be serviced by the special taxes that we can actually collect. So that's why we anticipate doing a series of bonds, because
Okay.
we only have a couple of payers so far.
So the maximum's 27 million?
Yeah, that's the estimated cost. That's what's going to be confirmed by Public Works. My projection, based on conversations that we've had with our financial consultant, is that we will not be able to do the full 27 million in bonds, but we will do as much as we can.
And then who covers the shortfall?
We've already covered it with our prepaid ground lease revenue, so we
Okay.
just won't recoup all of that.
Okay. Perfect. Any other further questions, comments from the board? We're going to open it up for public comment. Is there anybody from the public that would wish to speak to this matter? Seeing none, bring it back to the board for a motion in a second.
You already have the motion.
Motion from Supervisor Gardia.
Yes, I'll do the second.
Vice Chair, seconds. Call for the vote, please. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
General Services. General Services, number 4, approve an increase in appropriations in the 2024-25 adopted public improvement budget for the morgue medical examiner's office facility replacement project in the amount of $4.755150, and approve the use of the county facilities fee fund number 21094 and capital outlay fund number 37004 and related matters. 4/5 vote required. General Services Director Dan Wirtz, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Chairman Canepa, Supervisors, County Administrator Regalo, and County Council. Dan Wirtz, Director of General Services. I'm here today to seek approval to increase appropriations and approve the use of fund balance from capital facility fees and the county facility fees and capital outlay to allow for the successful completion of the morgue medical examiner's office facility replacement project. And this project will support the board's strategic priorities to support a healthy community, public safety, quality of life, as well as maintaining fiscal responsibility and promote organizational innovation. In the audience, some individuals that are here to support the project is GSD's Assistant Director, Connie Hart, Robert Johnson, our Management Analyst with Capital Projects, Whitey Turner Construction with Anthony Lara and Carlos Cisneros, as well as some of the departments that have been very successful in helping us move this project along, which is Healthcare Services Director Genevieve Valentine, CDD Director Jennifer Jolly, and the Chief Medical Examiner Paul Graves. One thing I'd like to start with a quote that every project is an opportunity to learn, to figure out problems and challenges, and invent and reinvent. And that's by David Rockwell. He's an architect and a designer. So a little background. In the late 1930s, the current morgue was built as a crematorium in San Joaquin County General Hospital. In the mid-1970s, it was converted to the current morgue facility. The existing facility is inadequate and is not economical to be able to expand or support additional operations. And the site does not support compliance strategies for federal and state mandates, as well as accessibility standards. On November 14th, 2017, the board approved an agreement with WMB Architect to start looking at the replacement of the morgue facility. On July 11th, 2023, the board approved the 5-year capital improvement plan that included the morgue medical examiner facility. And on October 24th, 2023, the board approved the morgue medical examiner replacement facility project at an estimated total project cost of $25.2 million and awarded a design-build contract to Whiting Turner for $24 million to design and construct a single-story, 18,292 square foot building. And it was noted in the board letter that additional work may be required as a result of unforeseen conditions, and staff would return to the board to present any recommendations. On December 10th, 2022, the board approved a public utility easement to Pacific Gas and Electric for new gas and electric utilities for the infrastructure and the ongoing maintenance purposes. Some additional highlights: the morgue broke ground in November of 2023. Whitey Turner began with their notice to proceed in August of 2024. The current estimated substantial completion is in October of 2025, with final occupancy before the end of this calendar year. So on the left, we have a picture of the current morgue, and on the right will be the new morgue. So today we want to focus on column 3, which is the additional project budget that we are requesting. The original budget did not include a project contingency. At this point, we're requesting a $1.6 million project contingency, and that will fund existing change orders that have been already approved for work that is needed to be done, that has either been completed or in the process of being completed. The CT scanner equipment was not originally identified in the original project, as we didn't know what was going to be purchased. That additional cost is approximately $750,000, and there is increases to additional soft costs of $2.4 million. So the additional project budget will increase by about $4.8 million. A further breakout of the soft costs show that the second column shows where we are budgeting to increase the budget by compared to what we have currently spent. Some of the major items that were not known at the time that we started construction was that PG&E was going to require a new gas and a new electrical utility lines. The gas line being $150,000 and the electrical being $595,000 to be installed by really the only vendor we can use, PG&E. The furniture, finishings, and equipment, or FF&E, our quote from Dursk Interiors is about $625,000 for the furniture that will fill the break room, conference room, public waiting, the family room, open offices and workstations for the medical examiner staff, as well as the office for the chief medical examiner and supervisors. That furniture is being procured under the Omnia Co-op agreement, which was negotiated out of the city of Charlotte in North Carolina, and that contract is good from January of 2020 through December of 2025. Further breakdown of some of the permitting fees that we've had to pay to the different jurisdictions that oversee the work. French Camp McKinley Fire for $91,000, community development fees $67,000, Public Works $54,000, and the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution District a little over $2,000. We will fund this increase in appropriations by using the county facility fees of $1.6 million and the capital outlay fund in the total of $3.1 million. As of February 28th, 2025, the unappropriated balance in the county facility fee fund was $56.2 million. This will leave $54.6 million, and the unprogrammed capital outlay fund had a balance of $42.6 million, and after use of these funds, we'll leave a balance of $39.4 million. And there is no additional impact to the county's general fund by this recommendation. So the recommendations we have before you today is to approve an increase in appropriations in the adopted 24-25 public improvement budget for the morgue medical examiner office facility replacement project in the amount of $4.755150. That requires a 4/5 vote of the board. Approval to use county facility fees fund balance in the amount of $1.6 million, and approve to use capital outlay fund balance in the amount of $3.155150. Authorize the General Services Department Director to negotiate change orders consistent with the State of California Public Contract Code for the project, and authorize the General Services Director to complete the closeout activities for this project, including filling notices of completion, release of retention, and other project completion items. It is important to note, if we do not increase appropriations, we will not be able to continue forward with the project, as there are many items that we need to still issue purchase orders to procure in order to complete the project by the previously stated deadlines of full occupancy by December of 2025. At this point, staff and I are available to answer any questions.
Questions, comments? Supervisor Garcia.
Yeah. I just want to thank you for taking the time to, excuse me, go over everything with you and answer the questions I had. So, thank you.
Anytime, Supervisor.
I also thank you for your time. You know, this is a learning process for, I think, many of us up here, because we're learning about things that, you know, we don't know a lot about. But one of the things that were in our last meeting that was thrown around was some of the fees that were thrown out there. And I think it's a great opportunity for the board to be educated on the fee structure for our fire districts. And if we have the ability to get kind of just a brief how the fee structure works.
We can work with fire districts to help you, especially as we move forward with other projects, so that you understand what could be charged.
Vice Chair Dollywall.
Thank you, sir. Dan, first of all, thank you so much for providing the information that my office asked. In the beginning, you used a quote. Can you repeat that, please?
Yes. So every project is an opportunity to learn, to figure out problems and challenges, to invent and reinvent, by David Rockwell, who's an architect and a designer.
Thank you, sir. So what have we learned from this project that we can use moving forward?
Well, there's, I think, several things we can learn. Well, first of all, I'm the one who wanted to bring the item before the board, because I felt that, you know, as a public project, it's important to be good stewards of taxpayers' dollars, and I wanted to make sure that as we increase this project from the existing 25.2 and increasing it by approximately $5 million, that the public knew what we were doing, why we were increasing that, and the board knew, so it didn't appear buried in some other cycle. I think it's important that we have to work on training and education of our staff as well as myself being new to the department. So when we bring projects forward, we're trying to capture all the costs up front. So that would be, most projects I have seen start with the construction costs. There's always a contingency that's available, and those should be built in the beginning. Having a better, looking at other projects to validate what we spent in other deliverable projects so that we have costs comparable and similar to that, and then be able to have that detail and present it to the board. For myself, making sure that staff and I have worked through clearly all the objectives that I want to present to the board so that I have all the information at my fingertips and I rely on my past training and knowledge and not make assumptions.
Thank you, sir. And, let me be clear, you inherited it, you didn't start this project, right?
This project was started before
you got
here.
Had we made better projections in the beginning, we could have procured, FFEs and CT scan sooner than later, and that could have saved some money, right?
There's always those possibilities. This was a design-build project for the county. The county hasn't done a lot of significantly large construction until recently with the SB 1022 project, which is the new jail beds, the morgue project, the major remodel, 10 improvements of the 6 South building. And every one of those is slightly different. I don't want to speak for the past, but I can say that moving forward, we will make sure that we have included to our best ability the majority of the information that we see that's out there, knowing that if we have to come back to the board because we didn't know for something and plan for it, we will then do that.
And we have another project on the horizon, a lot larger. So moving forward, whatever we learned here, it will help us, right?
Oh yes, definitely. We have some major projects coming, and then as we work through those, we will make sure that we have the right cost estimates done by outside cost estimating firms, and that we are planning and looking to have the right numbers to be able to procure items in the appropriate manner to deliver successful projects under budget for the county.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I just have two questions for County Administrator. So those funds, the county facilities fee and the capital outlay fund, what feeds those? One will be, obviously we're taking the money out of both of those.
Yes, and I'm sorry, Chair, what was the question? What
feeds those two,
Okay.
the 21094 and 37004?
So for the county facilities fees, it's every time there's a development project, they have to pay a certain fee. And that fee is supposed to be used for the growth of projects. So in this case, and staff can, I think Connie probably knows what percentage we used as far as the growth for the morgue, and I want to say it was 100%. 100%. Yes, so thank you. That could be used towards from the county facilities fee, and I believe the balance in there we read off was 54.6 million. In there, so we could use that. The other one was the capital outlay fund balance, which is the unprogrammed. So as you know, the capital outlay, they have a fund of their own, and that's where they use their projects. That's where they get their funding from. So there's a small portion, well, it's a big portion. There's a portion that is not, it's unprogrammed. So it's not for a certain project. So anytime they have these unanticipated increases in projects, we do ask them to tap into that fund first. So it's not hitting the general fund.
And what feeds that?
The capital outlay fund, well, normally it's at the end of the year if we have savings, if we know, and you'll see, I believe at the end of this past year, 23, 24, we probably contributed an additional maybe 20-something million into that. Sometimes it is towards certain projects, but as we said, there's a portion of unprogrammed that they can utilize when they do have a need for a funding shortfall.
Perfect.
So And some of the other funding sources that come in there is the interest earned on that account. So based on the fund balance that's in there, it earns interest. So that's one of the funding sources. Other departments may transfer in money that's specific to a project that they are doing. So we don't, and that also helps earn the interest. And then the general fund.
Yeah, and then Connie's correct, the tobacco, go ahead.
Yeah, the tobacco settlement funds. Am I on there?
Yeah, you're.
I'm sorry. Also, another annual contribution is from tobacco settlement funds. We get every single year. A portion of that is specifically for healthcare-related projects, and another portion of that is for any kind of capital outlay.
And that's
Because
done
that was one of the
through-
concerns. What happens if you didn't have the $5 million?
Right.
Then where would we be? We'd be,
We watch
Up
the
a creek.
capital outlay
Okay.
very closely.
okay, perfect. Thank you. Any other questions?
Chairman, thank you. I just want to say thanks. And for, last time you were in here, and I guess you met with all the supervisors, and I enjoyed sitting down with you and talking and seeing, what your plans are for the future. And so, again, stuff like that goes a long way and helps us a lot of time better understand the process and what you guys are thinking. So, again, I appreciate it and thank you.
Not a problem.
Anybody from the public wish to speak? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the wishes of the board.
So moved.
We have a first. And a second. First from Supervisor Rickman, second from Supervisor Gardia. Could we call for the vote, please? Motion passes 5-0 for the amendment. All right, before we go to closed session, is there any comments from the board, shares, committee events, where you've been, what you've been doing? Who's up? Supervisor Gardia.
I just want to recognize today's National Medal of Honor today. Master Sergeant Richard Pittman, U.S. Marine Corps, is a local MOH recipient in which a new VA medical facility is named after him, a local hero that should be recognized on this day.
Perfect, thank you.
Committees.
Sure, have at it.
So I sit on the Parks Committee, working really actively to try to get our youth engaged back into the outdoors. The city of Stockton is sponsoring a lifeguard class to anybody that's willing to take the class. We're also working with Stockton Unified to try to get the local schools swimming pools opened up this summer. The parks in my district are looking really good. Where's Connie? She take off. They're doing a great job, working hard, getting our parks back in shape. Outside of that, it's been good.
Good to hear. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be heading back to DC on Sunday for a couple of days with a couple of the supervisors from Delta Coalition on the tunnel funding. Getting back there early is extremely important. Things are moving rather fast in DC right now. I mentioned it in some of the earlier comments when some of your constituents ask why it should matter. The original project cost for the tunnel was about $20 billion, of which I think LA had a $15 billion bond. The state had talked about putting up $5 billion. It's kind of the high-speed water project, we'll just call it. It's the same thing. That $20 billion was the estimate given on the project, 4, 5, 6 years ago, and has not been increased. All of that is going to end up going into, water rates, which go into grocery bills, everything else. So it's another, cost of living adjustment for a project that quite frankly will never be funded. So we're hoping to go back there and show them that there's a better alternative. We're not just saying no, we're saying yes, but we're saying yes to a more feasible product through Delta Conveyance is what we're after, rather than, building a multi-billion-dollar tunnel around an existing water stream. So we have to make that point very well. Thank you.
Vice Chair Dollywall.
Thank you, sir. Before I share the committee reports, I have a comment. I want to thank the nurses union leadership and Jennifer and her team for coming to an agreement. It makes all the lives easier, including ours. So thank you so much. Committee reports, I heard about, SJAFCA heard about their effort to protect our county from the 100-year floods. While I continue to learn more about water, one thing I know for sure, we must work very hard to protect our communities. Medical Executive Committee, we learned about their efforts to make the hospital better. I attended my first Delta Protection Commission. It's a learning experience there. Delta Counties Coalition continue to lead the fight to protect Delta against Washington, D.C. and Sacramento, and working with the joint county team to build the best strategy possible to make that happen. We attended OES roundtable organized by Congressman Harder and Assemblywoman Ransom. We must continue to prepare ourselves for the future. You never know what we're going to deal with. That's about it. Had a meeting with La Quinta Inn. You heard from the manager there. The SJ Care staff is working with the people there, and they are willing to get their help. So I'm hopeful that they will move soon.
Awesome.
To a better place. Thank you, sir.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. And since we're sticking to, it sounds like committees, was it the week of March 14th? I think it was March 14th. I'm a member of the Valley Voice delegation. I joined SJCOG Director Diane Nguyen and elected representatives throughout the 8 Valley counties, and we met with, assembly members and senators in Sacramento as we discussed issues like what we were talking about today in the legislative portion of it, concerning our Valley residents. So that was nice. We got a lot accomplished, and it's good to make our voices heard up there in Sacramento as often as we can. And, for District 5, it was a pleasure to celebrate the achievements of several outstanding high school seniors from District 5, and there was other districts involved also, high school seniors, for receiving congressional nomination to U.S. Military Academy. So I want to give a shout out to Vincent Arnaudo, a Tracy resident who went to St. Mary's. He'll be attending the Air Force Academy. Carson Maligan from West High Air Force Academy. Sharon Debb from Mountain House Naval Academy, and James Wilkin from Ripon High from the Naval Air Force Academy. And of course, there was folks from Lincoln throughout the county. So we have some awesome, outstanding high school seniors that are going to be moving on to bigger and better things. And I'll end with just a shout out to Public Works. On Sunday, I got a call from a friend of mine is a local farmer out there off Tracy Boulevard, south of Lammers, and there was a sinkhole, you could say. I mean, it was from a pipe. You guys all saw it on the news, and if you follow me on social media, and something wrong with the pipe there. It caused a portion of the shoulder to collapse, and it ran up to the fog line of the northbound lane, so they had the roadway shut down. I contacted Fritz at home, and he called Public Works, who were out there right away. And when I went back out there, I went there initially, went back out there. Public Works was out there, their crew, getting that roadway reopened and patched up for the irrigation district can go out there and replace that pipe. So kudos to Public Works for their fast response. Appreciate it. And I'll end it there. We had a bunch of other events in South County, but I'll leave it for another time. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. It's been a busy busy couple weeks for everybody. Did a couple stretch zone, and then Patman and Company, they've been longtime apartment owners for 60 years in San Joaquin County and have housed a lot of folks. We also, celebrating part of the 175th, we went to the city of Stockton. And I want to thank staff for helping go out to the city of Stockton. City of Lodi is next, and we're going to be going there. We're doing it throughout the year to go to celebrate our cities as they became part of the county. We went to Rexpo. The Chamber of Commerce is putting on events. A lot of questions, I mean, are coming of, Ava Energy and Supervisor Rickman sits on there. There's a lot of misinformation. So, we voted to bring it to unincorporated areas of the county, so that's coming. So I just think we need to do a little bit better job of getting it out there so that it's coming further down the road. But there's a lot of questions. The cities, and Tracy has done it, and the city of Stockton. So as far as alternate energies, that come about. We also, a lot of us went out to the VA clinic, is the groundbreaking out there, which is absolutely amazing for the care that they're gonna have for folks. So thanks for all of our supervisors that went out and supported the VA clinic. It's about partnerships and our veterans, getting them services, and that's exciting. It's gonna be, I think, till 2028 when it's done, but they're gonna make pods for Alzheimer's care and extended care, which is exciting out there. Sajafkin, I don't know if we said it, but Darren Soon is the new executive director. Chris Elias retired, and Darren Soon has stepped in. He's really well versed, and he worked for Army Corps and Department of Water Resources, and so he's brought a wealth of knowledge to Sajafka, so I would like to welcome him aboard. We've been going to job fairs, youth job fair, the San Joaquin Partnership, building alliances in our community to try to bring businesses and jobs to the community, and I think all of us as board members take that role very seriously. We also the correctional officers, I believe, graduated 8, so thank you for the invitation to go out there, because they're taking on a job that is very well needed, not only for the overtime and the stress on the folks that are correctional officers, but coming and being part of the county family. We welcome the new correctional officers. Went to Delta College also for a forum, and then Congressman Harder and Rhodesia Ransom. One of the things was we went to Sundown Little League, and one of the families that came there, their son was murdered in the park at Anderson Park, and he played over there. So it was a pretty emotional day that people nowadays just shoot and kill folks at public parks, and their family was there to honor their son that day. And then to the smoke shop ordinance, we're seeing that's obviously coming back, but we had a business owner, and enforcement is the hard part. So I don't know how we as a county are gonna have state enforcement and county enforcement. So as we do look at the smoke shop ordinance, to help businesses that are doing it legitimately, to keep their doors open amongst people that are not doing it legally. So after that, I will call it quits, and we're going to go into closed session. County Council, are we going to come back with reportable, or am I adjourning the meeting?
I'm not anticipating anything to announce out.
Okay, so we are going to adjourn the meeting till April 8th, 2025 at 9 a.m.